Say something, something, 'cause we don't talk about nothing no more. No, nothing, nothing. Do you not care about nothing no more? It's like we're fighting. Do you even want it? Do you feel you need this? Do you even feel it? Fighting for a lost cause, or am I fighting for us? Just tell I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Feels like I've been doing way too much. Feels like I
Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Gally. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud grunts.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Welcome everyone to Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. I am CCV, joined alongside Grace. We are bringing to you the group stage matches where 8 teams, both from South Asia and from the Middle East, compete against each other for a prize pool of $10,000. Now, I'm here for the very first time. Grace, you've been accustomed to this invitational so far. Why don't you take the audience through what has happened as of now and what can we expect today?
I think certainly, we are going into Group B again today. And I think Group B, in my opinion, has been the kind of more, I'm not going to say drama-filled, but certainly the spiciest in terms of storylines. Of course, we've had a few rivalries here and there. And I think that's what makes today even more exciting because, of course, we are going to be starting with Kira versus Nobles. Both of them coming off of a loss that, again, was very interesting. They wanted to have that revenge tour. So, again, today is where they're really going to be wanting to bring the Thunder to have that chance still for the revenge tour. But let's have a look at that cheeky little prize pool because, wow, we have an incredible one for this Zotac Invitational. Look at that. I mean, incredible. First prize, 5,000 US dollars. Second place, 2,500 US dollars. And then the third and fourth, still a comfortable sum, 10,000 US dollars as the prize pool for this tournament. And again, if you even get to that playoff situation, you're still already going away with some money. So it's really good going.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be our first cross-regional tournament, considering that the prize pool has to be quite respectable, accompanying the title and the sheer nature of this entire invitational. So yeah, I got to agree with you, Grace, that even if the teams make it to the playoffs, the fact that they, at the very least, will be going home with $1,000 to their name puts even more value to the fact that how much they just have to work in order to get to that stage. And of course, we have the esteemed prize, the winner's share, that is going to be $5,000 all to a singular team. So keeping all of that in mind, these teams, they will be put through some grueling matches. And let's have a look at the format exactly in which they have fought each other, and they shall be fighting each other over the course of the next couple of days. The group stages are still progressing forward strongly.
Yes.
As you mentioned, Grace, today we have the second day of the group Bs, so we have 2 different groups, 4 teams in each group, 2 from South Asia, 2 from the Middle East, up against each other, best of 3s day in, day out. Following this, the top 2 teams from each group shall be facing off one another in the playoffs, and the 2 winners from that, of course, will be going in towards the best of 5 grand finals.
Which is, again, where things are certainly going to get interesting. Again, we've had best of 3s for the group stage, best of 3s for the playoffs. So already map pool data really being shown to your opposition, really being shown to even the viewers at home, of course. But again, the grand finals is where things are going to heat up. That map pool is going to get more diverse. And that's where the full map plays are going to start coming out with those bans. But I mean, let's have a look at the groups that we've had so far. Of course, Group A being GK, Take Charge, Shaheens, and Triple, which has been a little bit of a fun one, to be fair. I think Triple have really really kind of caught my attention a little bit. They had an absolute slogfest most of this week where they were really, really doing well and securing those wins in those pivotal moments. But Group B is where, again, the kind of drama llama start to appear, because MercenarieZ versus Kira to start things off, and then 25 versus Nobles. Both Kira and Nobles wanting to get that win, but ultimately not being able to get over the finish line, which is why this start today is going to be so interesting. Kira versus Nobles. And again, if we look at the group standings, we can really see how things are starting to take place. And this is where Kira and Nobles, they both want to secure themselves more and more in those standings, get towards that top of the table, so they have the chance for revenge against either 25 or MercenarieZ, which again, it would be good for both Nobles and Kira to be able to get the opportunity. I was a little bit upset the other day, to be honest, where Nobles did lose against 25, and it was a bit of a brutal one. But again, it was this idea of, I just love an underdog story, to be honest, CCB.
I mean, who doesn't, to be fair? But yeah, the manner in which Nobles, they tried to make the most out of that entire best of three. They did manage to win on the map of Clubhouse, but the scores were constant throughout the maps. It was 7-4 all across, be it Oregon, Clubhouse, or Border, which goes to show that the teams, it really was dependent on the style of play. It was dependent on the maps and not necessarily a huge back and forth. Whereas with Kira and MercenarieZ, it was quite back and forth. On Villa, we went to overtime. Clubhouse went to 7-5. All the matches, all the maximum rounds, in regulation. Let's have a look at all the matches that we have today as well. So we've already hinted at the first match. It's going to be a very interesting one, right? It's going to be the two teams who are a step behind their competitors, yet again looking to launch themselves back into the competition, yet again looking to launch themselves back into the fight to qualify for the playoffs. It is Kira Esports from South Asia up against Nobles from the Middle East, and then the following match is going to be 25 Esports from Middle East up against MercenarieZ. That is also going to be a tale of the winners, a championship between the two previous winners in this group standings as well. But right now, all eyes on the first matchup. And let's have a look at Kira Esports and their lineup.
100%. Again, a really interesting lineup. You have players like Anfarv, you have players like Vortex who can really make their shots count, potentially spin that round on the head. We want to be looking at those to be taking their initial engagements, but then you do have a very strong backbone there too. Shrisha, Defamar, and Vividwe as well. And it's like, together it is a good roster. It's a very solid roster. It's just sometimes when it comes to how these rounds play out, there's a few pivotal moments where things aren't really going too much in their favor. But again, a very loved team within the SA circuit for good reason. And I think certainly this is why I'm so excited for this matchup. They're going against Nobles, who we'll see now, but it's two teams of very high quality players that just need to give themselves that extra push to get the dub today. Easy as an example. Easy is a perfectly capable entry for the side of Nobles, and I think the showdown potentially between Vortex and Easy that can go underway is going to be very exciting indeed.
Yeah, I mean, even between, not just the entry fraggers, right, but the supports as well. I feel like both of these teams, they have that nature when no matter who the player is, no matter what kind of role he fulfills, they can frag out. And out of Nobles, I'd like to have, Sky Guardian as that example. There were a couple of rounds on Clubhouse, the map where Nobles did have their strong suit, facing off against 25 Esports. Sky Guardian as a thermite, as a hard breacher, on attack.
Fragmite.
You're supposed to be the pacifist. Exactly. He became Fragmite. He was all across the map. That 556 XL was making waves and was quite literally paving the way for his team to start with their execution, which is, of course, quite unique and quite rare in that sense as well. So we have talked about the players. We've talked about the teams overall as well. Now, the money question. Which maps shall we be seeing? So without any further ado, let's have a look at the map veto. Let's see which maps have been chosen and which ones have been banned. Starting off with Bank. I mean, it's a proper ban both for Nobles and for Kira as well. They don't like to go there. Border gone. Skyscraper, thank God. Theme Park, it's gone. And our first choice is going to be, Clubhouse yet again.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought that we would be going to Clubhouse during the group stage? Of course, that is sarcasm. It is these things that we expect. Of course, Villa as well too. Villa really becoming another one of those maps that you take during those group stages. It's safer, but you do get the slight advantage maybe of starting on that defensive side if you want to as well. And if you can play a very strong attack, you're basically laughing. Chalet as well. Chalet Ole, as I like to call it. Again, another favorable map that we're starting to see more and more in, all kinds of group stages in different tournaments. And again, I mentioned this the other day, Chalet, yes, it can be attacker sided. We do consider that in a lot of different tiers, but it's if you know how to approach that on attack. It's one of those maps where you really meet your maker, and I think having that as the decider, if it goes to that third and final map, which hopefully it does, that's going to be incredible. That's going to be really, really nice, especially when it gets to that point. Both of them are going to be throwing everything at each other, including the kitchen sink. So that's where things will certainly start to get interesting in terms of the utility setup, the way that they are playing around that map control as well. And yeah, I think this is a nice little map selection really for this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree with you. On attack, the teams definitely can, have their own style with attacking, and the possibility of getting a lot of rounds is there. One thing that I'm finding common between all of these 3 maps is the nuance in vertical gameplay. Because all 3 of these
Yes.
maps, to a certain
100%.
extent, do feature verticality. Villa is the most obvious one, right? If you are on Villa, there's going to be a lot of verticality, but even on Clubhouse, be it CCTV Cash, be it Basement Church and Arsenal, verticality is going to be there, and the game is going to be here right in front of our screens. Let's start off with the operator ban phase. Now, this is also an interesting aspect that I'll be very honest, I'm a little, swimming around in the water. I'm not really sure which operators are going to be banned. There has been a lot more of volatility when it comes to the operator bans. Oh, sorry, a lot more versatility, shall I say, because it's not just your common hard breachers, Thatcher, Mavericks, those kind of ops being off. Now we are seeing OSA being taken off the board as the preliminary choice.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of Osa, still sometimes Thatcher, a lot of Jackal as well nowadays, but again, Vidokopi as well. Vidokopi is becoming more and more common, again, because we've really fallen into that meta of bringing those secondary EMPs along with the global utility too. I think the main issue why things like Osa and Monty, we're seeing the ban rate go higher, is just because of the appearance of Solus. And this is where things get interesting. Of course, Noble starting on that attack. Will they go for this Solus ban? Will they prevent Kira from taking away so much early round intel from them? No, they won't. But technically, in a way, they will, because that's still technically an intel operator. Valkyrie being taken away from the side of Kira to begin with. So again, yes, one of the best, very flexible. You can throw those black eyes wherever you want to. And of course, what is now becoming a classic, especially when it comes to Clubhouse, Azami, just the endless flow of cover, shields. You think about the 2 main bomb sites on this map, external walls that can get open so quickly. If you have that Azami in pocket to create additional safety, cut off additional lines of sight, it is easy peasy squeezy lemons.
Absolutely. I mean, at the start of the operator ban phase, I had mentioned this one word, versatility, and Azami is quite literally an embodiment of that. She is extremely versatile with how you want your defense to be shaped up in terms of cover, in terms of rotates, and, with the impact nades, and of course, in terms of general movement all across the bomb site. That's particularly where she is the most optimal. You don't necessarily want to be roaming with the keeper barriers in hand unless you're going for extremely aggressive and unusual plays, which relatively tends not to happen. So apart from that, as for the composition at hand for Kira Esports, they are starting out on defense. They've chosen Basement Church and Arsenal as their bomb site, and yeah, they are not really deviating from what is considered to be the standard. They've got an anti-breacher in the form of the Cade, yet another anti-breach in the form of Coffee, playing the mute right here, but that's more for information denial. And then you've got area denial with Melusi. They are just covering all of their bases. They have a very well-balanced lineup, and they are ensuring that they can waste as much time with the attackers as possible with that alibi on death armor.
100%. Again, it's interesting to see that in terms of hard breach, what Nobles are bringing here is the secondaries on that buck as well, but also the Habana and with the X-Kairos. Normally you'd see maybe a Thermite or an Ace go around with the Habana or someone with secondaries, but the fact that they're relying on a bit more flexible utility here is very interesting to me. Again, maybe the skeleton key can really be used around, going for that verticality as we've mentioned, but it looks like they're going for more of a blue take here, which could be quite interesting as time goes on. If they can get control on bar as well and start to Moto hatch, that's certainly going to be interesting as time progresses. For now, Vortex ready and waiting upstairs. And they're aware of the little rustling of the side of Nobles around this rafters and CCTV area, so they're just going to hold on a bit of duo play going along as well. There we go. Ooh. Beautiful shot though from Pure Risky, but look at the amount of damage Defamar did back to them.
Yeah, and Vortex, his position is compromised. He's got to fall back as soon as possible, and he realizes that going and giving up second floor control. So it has costed Nobles a minute and 10 seconds perhaps to get second floor control. However, it has costed Kira far more. Two of their roamers are now gone. The anchors inside of the bomb site, they'll be in a very vulnerable position. Coffee already wanted to hold that off angle, but no, these attackers, they are very persistent and are very methodical with how they want to clear. Look at this. First, the Iana hologram goes out, gets some information. Now the drones are going out. Now it's time for the utility to be tossed around. Coffee just barely taking cover behind, looking for an angle, finds a frag rate right at his feet, and again gets blown up, is still alive. But how long can Kira really survive? Because they're being pincered from multiple angles, and Nobles still have so many resources to work with.
100%. Again, only one C4 left on Coffee as well, so maybe if they play passively, they could do something with that. But again, 5 versus 3. They're selling nicely for this collapse too, the pressure coming from blue. Again, they need that second dimension to start to come through too, and this is where you do expect maybe a little bit of pressure to come from Moto. The flash is going out though, and it's going to really push Risha back into sight further and further. Beautiful shot there. Vortex falling down. Can the second come through? No, it can't. The trades going through as Risha and Coffee one apiece, whittling this down to a 3 versus 2. And Sax Turkey's getting tagged up like there's nobody's business. Shotgun around the corner is easy. Starts to get us sucked in. There we go. Beautiful stuff to finish it off. We've seen how they do it when it comes to these final collapses. They're willing to have the confidence to just go for it. Easy once again. I mean, this was a little bit risky biscuits, but they got their dub in the end.
Absolutely. The second wave of the attackers came through from the side of Nobles. They had a brief halt right there when the defenders were holding up the situation really nicely. But again, Nobles, they regrouped and they thought of the situation as it was. And even though, yes, like you had mentioned, Grace, they didn't have the aspect of a second dimension, verticality, or any pressure from, be it the mainstays, be it from Moto. Everyone was really determined on pushing from the blue side and, you know, trying to get church control. They still made work. A couple of their players managed to infiltrate in towards Armory, pick off Shrisha's the Cade in towards Deep Armory, and after that point, the round was dead and done. So keeping that in mind, yeah, Kira need to be a lot more careful about their top setup because of the fact that the roamers do not have crossfires. They do not have each other's support. If you are a roamer, you are going to be all alone. And this does bring me to my next point. I iterate this a lot of times, even like in other tournaments and such. Whenever I see Rainbow Six, really, it's just one of my constant broadcast points, is that if you are a roamer, your priority isn't kills, rather it's the wastage of time, resources, and
100%.
drones. And I feel like Kira Esports as well, sometimes they follow this methodology really well. Even right now, you know, Amar and everyone really, I think Atharv as well was on that Milu scene towards Bar. They wanted to follow this, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. This time as well, look at that, a very aggressive angle being held by Vortex. He is vulnerable both from garage stairs and from the CCTV breach. So again, he is in a risky position. He has to be careful, and he falls back again. Good stuff from him, but he's just got to be extremely cautious about the gunfight he takes, and the same applies to this alibi.
100%. Of course, the alibi can be an interesting one depending on where that utility is placed. Also, potential for a pinch to come through. Poor Sax Turkey could get a little bit caught out here. Vortex and Devamar willing to go for that pinch, but again, the tight angle. If he can isolate this into these 1 versus 1s, it should be pretty smooth sailing. But are they aware here of the additional player on that main stairs? There we go. Anthrax falling down, but there we go. Easy. Falls down to Devamar. Coffee, beautiful pick down to Pure, risky as well. 2 versus 5 already, and only a minute or so has gone. A little bit unfortunate right now for the side of Nobles, but Lone Soldier's going to clap back a little bit before being shut down by Anfar. Sky Guardian, beautiful pick down onto Vortex, and poor Sky Guardian. We've seen them do insane things, but this is a bit difficult right now. A lot of time to work with, and again, if they can isolate into those 1 versus 1s, potentially there's a bit of a hope here, a bit of a dream, but see what happens. Again, they do still have some EMPs in pocket, at least 1, and there is a soft destructibility, but there we go! The crossfire being held by Anfarv. Beautiful stuff once again. Lot better.
Yeah, this round is going to be me singing the praises of Kira Esports, because this time communication was on point. And my favorite kill was actually a kill that happened off cam. It was Coffee getting rid of one of the players on the side of Nobles from Oil Pit. And we saw this very briefly. When Vortex, as Jaeger, was in towards CCTV, he was being pressurized from two angles. I'd even mentioned this. He was being pressurized from the primary CCTV wall and, of course, the garage stairs. What was Kira's response to that? They had Coffee as the mute, push up towards oil pit, and he just held that garage stairs angle. Eventually, what happened in the round? Vortex, as the Jaeger, fell back towards construction. He had the support of the alibi as well. They got 2 kills towards logistics office on top of the bedroom stairs, which again forced the hand of nobles to try and get that garage control, since not many defenders were there remaining. And again, as soon as the Yana went up the garage stairs, there was the mute ready and waiting in oil pit. So the communication from Kira Esports was really top notch. It was lovely to see being executed as well. And this is the kind of defense we need to see on Clubhouse. Controlled and calculated. It could have gone, it could have backfired very, very rapidly had Kira not been careful with their picks. I mean, if Jaeger and Alibi were gone, Nobles would have well been on their way to secure that round completely. But this time, Kira Esports, yeah, they really played their hand quite well. And now it's time for Cash and CCTV to be the bomb site.
100%. They've got the Amaru there along with the Monty also, and this is where things start to get a little bit interesting. Again, the setup that Kira brought, you just saw the mirror window getting locked out. So again, no line of sight to be held there by Shrisha. It's a little bit of a cheeky strat that we do see sometimes. But again, the fact that they're really setting up here, they've got that shield utility on the board to push up rafters, and potentially a late round quick yeet into sight could come through. Again, we'll see what happens with that. But for now, right before the storm, I think they're just looking to clear some of this utility, clear some of these nades, clear some of these positionings. Bit of a quiet before the storm. I think Sky Guardian feels a little bit too concerned right now to start piling down those exothermic charges. We might see him go for the rappel upside down, and that may be indeed what we will see. Yes, it is. Anvar's holding on for dear life. Potentially the impact trick could come through, yes. But no, it's too late.
Yeah. Bomb site's wide open, costed Noble some time, and Shrisha does find the opening kill. However, again, the pressure is being built. Lone Soldier, again, standing to his name and standing tall and wide on towards the garage rafters. He's just holding his angle. He's just waiting for the defenders. The defenders swing by, and they indeed do get punished for it. Kira need to bide by their time. They just need to be careful. But how can you be cautious when you're in a situation like this, Coffee? Yeah, no way he's surviving through that. Nobles up once again, paving their way into the bomb site. They've gotten the breach open. They've got complete CCTV control, or at the very least, no defender presence, which is a big win for these attackers. Now, all they need is a way to plant this diffuser. They've got plenty of time to work with. In terms of resources, 2 smoke grenades for Sky Guardian, 2 frag grenades for Toki as well. So they've got plenty to work with, and the kills are constantly flowing in. This is the triple. The third for Pure Risky, and that's the diffuser now planted.
The flank coming through from Defamar doesn't quite shut down that diffuser being planted, but you at least get rid of Pure Risky. That's going to open up a little bit of breathing space here. Vortex falling too. Goodness gracious me, look at this. Spray and pray through the wall, and Vortex does 4 votes fast, at least than Monty dealt with. No more shields to have to play around, but there we go. Sucks Turkey is going to finish things off. Beautiful angle being held there from the window, and nice and tight. Swift little cleanup towards the end there, but I love the fact that that flank came through. We saw them kind of ponder over it. Vortex, again, I was wondering if he was going to try and go for a little bit of a run out. We didn't quite see that come through, though. But Defamar went for that flank. They knew they had to get behind, especially when there's a Monty on the table. 9 times out of 10, you could assume that Monty is looking towards kind of either Cash or Red. If you can kind of sneak up quietly, you can take them out, and there's at least that giant door of defense taken away from the attackers.
Bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, I mean, true, yeah. If you can get, the Mountain off the board, it is a huge win for the defenders, but it's only a matter of how do you do that? Just because of the fact that it's so darn difficult to get a proper angle onto him, especially someone like Lone Soldier, who was quite careful about his placement. He only moved in towards Gerard's stairs when there was one of his teammates holding that lounge angle, and that in turn obviously led to a kill for Pure Risky on towards the Legion. So the Legion was gone. Mountain was like, all right, now I can walk up, threaten this Vamai even further, kill even more of the defenders, and then move on and do my job. And ultimately, that's what ended up happening. So yeah, both of these teams just having back and forths with their own way of attacking. This is what we saw in round number 1, with Nobles having gotten the better end of the deal against Kira when you were talking about Basement Social Arsenal, and now when we just saw Cash and CCTV, the attackers won yet again. So Kira are playing the adaptive game. They're seeing how Nobles try to execute on a bomb site. They realize their mistakes and they try to adapt to it. They're still holding the same bomb site. They still have the same objective, and this is a point I'll talk about later why that's important. So again, we saw Kira lose in the previous round. They go back to CCTV and Cash yet again, although with a couple of changes. No more Melusi, no more Vamai. It's just going to be Vortex on the Jaeger. More so, an Echo has been brought as a proper anchor in the bomb side, and that's going to be the Echo dispatched from this round.
Certainly is, and that means those all-important yokais won't be able to use to deny that plant as time goes on. However, they do still have the Solus, so if they can get rid of some of this drone utility, they can at least hope that Nobles will go for that collapse almost blind. It looks like Anfarv has that exact idea, just hunting for these drones, hunting for any utility that may be coming through from the side of Nobles. They start to open up these walls, but again, this time is of the essence, but patience is still a virtue. Looks like they're going to try and push from this bedroom CCTV and go for a little bit of a two-dimensional pinch here. I really do love to see it, and again, I'm wondering if they anything on board. No, they don't. They don't have anything to open up that construction wall, so this is where the choke points get a little bit tighter, to be honest, CCV.
Special charge, stay clear.
Absolutely, yeah. Once more, it gets all the more. I mean, the pressure builds up even further as we're talking about all of these choke points, and as we're talking about the positioning as well, makes every single kill all the more important. And look at that wide swing from Athar. Lands the shots onto Pure Risky. Now that's the top fragger from the previous round gone. That's the entry fragger departed as well. One more roamer goes off the boats. Nobles are clearing out the house. When you talk about the first floor and any of the surrounding areas, any of the separate rooms apart from the bomb site itself, it's just a matter of getting on towards the objective because they don't have all too much time. They've got again a two-directional setup, and this is going to be Turkey with the LED 5 coming in from garage rafters. He's got the support of the Montaigne. It's going to be Easy, who was present early on towards Red Stairs, departed all down to this Frost right now. But a 9mm submachine gun to work with. All alone is Coffee, and yeah, he just cannot escape from this. Once more, Nobles and their execute just completely sweeps out the defense of Kira Esports, and they do not have any room to fall back on. Ultimately, they are forced to take these gunfights, and ultimately, it's the same result.
I think that was a really lovely duo play between Sax Turkey and Lone Soldier, though again we saw the way that the sledge was really enabling the Monty to come through a lot cleaner, but then as a result towards the end we saw the Monty go for that distraction into Cash and the pinch coming through from Sax Turkey to finish things off. I think that if they play a little bit earlier with that kind of duo would be quite nice to see, but again it's a lot of utility to deal with to begin with on the side of here, and you had to make sure that you cleared at least a fair amount of it, especially when you know there's pog mats on the table. But I think that was really, really clean from Nobles, and again, they're already taking away this attack a little bit, and this is what worries me slightly, because again, we do often talk about things being more attacker or defender-sided. I think Clubhouse can be very even Stevens depending on what kind of lineups you bring to the table, especially now that we have Solus in play. Again, that Azami band certainly does rustle a few jimmies, but at the same time, it's this idea that I do feel Kira need to try and pull this to at least a 3-3, or it might be a bit rough for them on the attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we were having this discussion, Grace, before the match had started, as how both of these teams really take the aggression to their opposition during their attacks, and how that whole aspect of Clubhouse generally being more defender sided may not be as preferable in this matchup, but still for Kira Esports that does not take them off the hook in the fact that they cannot win any of the defensive rounds. They still need something solid on the board, or at the very least something to salvage from, and I fear that 5-1 is just going to be too extreme of a result. So I do have to agree with you. A couple of more rounds, even if it's a 4-2, they can manage that situation. Right now, Athar, no, what is... No! Okay. Well, that's...
Goodness.
Yeah, that's... Kira Esports.
We spoke of
right
aggression. This is it. We spoke of aggression. That's silly. I think...
Yep.
Yeah, there's ways to play that window aggressively. I don't think that was it. Again, if you even think on the best of chances, you get one, if there's only one person stood there, you still have to find your way back into the building, and that can be a little bit of a scramble where often you will get shut down. So not the most preferable of runouts. Easy is going to take down Coffee, and Shrisha falls too. A second one there for Easy. This is what I was talking about, give him an inch and he'll take a mile. He'll start to collect those scalps like there's no tomorrow. Defamar, beautiful little tight angle, taking down Pure Risky, and nice stuff. Whittling down these attackers ever more, but again, it's a 2 versus 4. Not the most favorable position to be in. Beautiful shot there, Lone Soldier falling down, but are they aware of the diffuser going down? Potentially denying it from above. Will this happen? No, it won't, and there we go. Sky Guardian will shut you down on that retake. Vortex falls too because Easy once again coming through on that Ash.
Yep, a triple kill for him. And this means that once more, I mean, we saw rounds 1 and 2 when Nobles completely decimated the room and then tried to move on forward towards the anchor side of things and towards the bomb side. This time it was the complete opposite. And then again, Kira, this whole round from their side, at least chronologically, was a whirlwind of various things happening. First, you had the run out, then you had the double kill from Easy, and after that point forward, you really can't do much. So Kira Esports shall be opting for Basement Church and Arsenal for the 4th time in this half. And this does bring me to my point that I had mentioned earlier, and I made like a footnote. I told everyone to keep an eye out, is that Kira Esports are quite adamant when they choose a specific bomb site. I have talked about this in the South Asian Nationals last year, in the Pro Series that we had held last year as well, is that if Kira on defense opt for a specific objective, they will keep on playing there until it's a win. They are very hesitant to change bomb sites, and this is the polar opposite of a team like Take Charge Esports, whose lineup is constantly changing things. Now, I'm not here saying one of these methods is right, is that as a defender, you should always keep switching the bomb sites if you lose. Neither am I saying you should always stay stagnant. It's up to your team. I'm just highlighting this point. Why? Because Nobles are used to facing off against this kind of playstyle. If we remember them against 25 Esports, 25 also have the same theory. If on defense they lose a round, they go there again. We saw this on Clubhouse a couple of days ago when Nobles faced off of them, and what happened back then? Nobles managed to win that map 7-4, so they're already aware how to constantly counter an adaptive style of playing, and how to constantly counter any sort of bomb site being picked 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, 100%. And the scary thing here as well is the fact that this is Kira's last chance for defense. Doing a really good job of delaying that hatch from being open, though. So already that's kind of off to a good start, I would say. Again, I think Anfarv is calling out, okay, the Habana is still there. The X-Kairos are going to keep coming down. How much longer can we keep tricking it? The only person with nades left in pocket is Anfarv themselves. So again, unless they decide to hot-foot it downstairs, potentially they could go for a little bit of a swing and try and shoot out some of those X-Kairos, or even take down Lone Soldier. That could be pretty massive. But again, there's the sound of the X-Kairos going out. Shrisha getting a little bit distracted by Dirt as well. The duo play about to come out from Def Amar, and Anfarv could be massive. They're trying to play for the trade, but look at this angle that's being held to hold back these defenders. And are they aware of the player lurking around by? I think they are. We did just see a ping come out, but goodness gracious me, Nobles, it's a very tight setup already.
Yeah. Yet again, Nobles have restricted the side of Kira Esports and just made sure that the defenders don't have much room to work with. However, the defenders still have one advantage. That's going to be the first kill. That is, if Kira Esports manage to get it to their name. Atharv also goes back in the bomb side. The drop is here. Lone Soldier, very low on HP. Tyoki Sky Guardian already departed. Those are 3 headshots, and that is the Iana all by herself. Puriski, we have seen this man clutch so many times previously, but now it's a situation like no other. He's all alone. He's got 1 frag grenade onto pistol right now. 4 angry defenders, 4 defenders who are very desperate for a win, and 4 defenders who shall get the second round. This is going to be the one for Kira.
That was incredible coming through from Kira. Again, the setup from Nobles then was so impenetrable. It was almost impossible. And then as soon as that collapse came through, their lines of sight were there. They were like, okay, fair enough. We can't delay, this hatch from being opened. We can't delay this setup. We acknowledge that, their lines of sight are being held so tightly. Even if we're going for those zero plays, it's not working. What do? We fall back. We wait for that collapse. That's exactly what they did. I think it took Nobles a little bit by surprise. They saw themselves how well their setup was going, that they probably thought, okay, we're feeling a bit confident dropping down this hatch right now. We're feeling dropping, going for that collapse. Kira just cleaned up shop, and again, rightfully so, getting that all-important extra round on the board. But again, CCV, this is where I worry. 4-2, Noble's now going on that slightly more favorable defensive side. Again, the setups coming through. We see the Mozzie already being brought to the table. How impactful really those can be, especially if you're trying to go for those external wall takes. We consider if you're risky there on the bandit, they will be using those bandit charges, potentially going for maybe a bit of a trick as time goes on. But again, if the Mozzies are lurking as well, that's going to be very difficult for Kira to decide and plan how they're going to approach getting rid of that kind of utility. At the same time, the Pogmats, of course, coming through, the things you love to see. We've seen a lot of really funny kind of cross-map moments throughout this tournament already, and I'm sure this is only the start.
Historically, Kira Esports are very well aware of frost mats and how to try and avoid them. But okay, everything aside, I'm really trying to understand the Legion's role in this entire composition, because you're opting for bedroom and garage. If you want a more conventional choice, why not go for the castle? Why not go for the Mira? They provide a lot more stable utility and a lot more secure utility on towards the bomb side, whereas the Legion right now, I believe Sky Guardian is playing go for Rome. He's got the goo mines with him, but again, what use are they really? Is it just to slow down the attackers, perhaps get some information? I mean, he's down towards blue, so let's see.
It's something we did see it earlier in the week from these teams, where they were bringing that Legion mostly to hold off that final collapse. But again, I agree, the positioning of that kind of utility is a bit squiffy here. We did already speak of squiffy. See Shusa get taken out. Vortex, though, beautiful native retaliation. And there's that Legion already yeeted and deleted from the server. No immediate trades come back just yet from Nobles. And quiet before the storm. There's a frostmat of red, though. Again, how much of a delay is that really going to have unless people start trying to push up those red stairs? Sax Turkey taking down Anfav, though. Coffee getting tagged up a lot, but does manage to get that trade. But speaking of trades, Easy once again there. The people going out, doesn't land on anyone. But already it's a 3 versus 2, with Nobles looking way more favorable. This
have that utility. They don't have a lot of manpower now. And yeah, that's going to be the MP7 ending things off for their side. Let's have a look at the final shot in the replay. And that's that. All right. Yeah, once again, Kira Esports had so much of their focus into the roam clear, but ultimately that's what did them in. They could not manage to get rid of every defender that was off the bomb side. And I mean, again, there was nothing wrong that they were trying strategically. It was just a matter of timing. Be it again, just the quick peaks or the player positioning of Nobles, everything just caught Kira Esports off. And they just didn't have that coordination amongst themselves, except for that one frag grenade that ultimately caught, Sky Guardian on towards the stairs. Apart from that, there wasn't really much favoring the side of Kira in that round.
Yeah, I think this is it. I completely agree. They wasted a lot of time trying to clear that extension. But again, it's this idea of, okay, where's that second dimension, though? Where are these pinches? I understand that they wanted to try and push up red, but I think maybe additional bit of pressure that starts to trickle through from construction even, or even CCTV window. Yes, granted, you've got to be careful of runouts, but it's, again, with the defense, risk that too much. But they risk that too much when they know how impactful those windows can be used against them on that site. We are going to go downstairs now, though. Easy go for a little bit of a spawn peek there. Didn't quite land on anyone, though, but still, look how aggressive this is. Already getting into freezer here. Potential nade run out. This could be a little bit silly sausages. We'll see what happens. Again, if it works, it works. And I think Nobles right now, they're feeling confident. They're 3 rounds ahead. They're going to try anything razzle-dazzly. It is going to be now.
I mean, they've got they've got the independence to do so. The question is not can they do it. The question is should they do it. Is it morally, ethically correct for them to attempt this? Because usually this goes wrong. no matter which team you're playing against, yeah, be a lot more mindful of the gunfights and see how the kills pour. And for Easy, it's really just GG's. It's going to be calling to the side of Pira Esports. The Jackal, the Iana, two of the heavy-handed fraggers on the side of the attack already depart. What does that mean? It's the supportive roles now who have to pull in more of the weight, and they shall do that role. They shall do exactly what they intended and what they're told. They find 2 kills. The roamers are now off the grid. So both of these teams, they have traded hands back and forth, and it's a bit of a stalemate between them because both of the teams don't want to take any further risk. And here's Pure Risky. Now, once more, putting it down but not out, and completely dead state. Turkey takes his role, holds lounge front and center. He has all the attention, and he's got the major angle.
Yeah, so much time to work with still, too. The C4 going up through the hatch doesn't quite land on anyone. Def and Mars going to drop down, though. And there we go, ready and waiting was Sky Guardian. Beautiful pick there. Poor Vortex now left in a 1 versus 2. But this is what I mean, CCV. So much time to work with. If he can isolate these into 1 versus 1s, it could be okay for him. The nade going out, potentially going to cause a little bit of damage. No, it misses. Again, they're going to know where he is now, and this is where things get a little bit risky. Got to try and hunt out Sax Turkey. Tags you up a little bit of a ring around the rosy around these corners. This is where things start to get a little bit nasty on both sides. For little ratty angles, for tight angles held by Sax Turkey here. But Vortex knows he has to take these gunfights. He has to isolate them. He has to take advantage of the fact that they're away from each other. There's no duo play coming through just yet. And there we go. Sax Turkey finishes it off nice and clean. Again, very difficult to contest that, to be honest. Michelle think almost acting like an additional shield in that situation.
Yeah, the fact that you can play around it, just hold that very cheeky angle with the 1.5x as you had mentioned, also ultimately led Nobles to that victory. And wait, bar and stage, no, yes, good. Okay, that would be just taking things to an extreme. That cannot not be condoned. Are they really going for it? They are. All right. See, now that is ethically incorrect. I feel like it should be a war crime to opt for this bombs. I mean, we have seen it. I think it was the... Oh, wait. Let me try and remember. It was one of the... I think, like, one of the East European leagues. I think Tier 2. We had seen this once. It happened to, like, a long time ago. But one of the teams comparatively had chosen for this bomb site. Now, I'm just trying to think which league it was that we had seen bar and stage being opted. But technically, what Nobles are going for here is ultimately the correct theory. You reinforce off of strip, and you try to play within strip and, you know, not allow any attackers to gain control of that. You have the castle to barricade off towards that wolf entrance, the primary entrance of Clubhouse, and then you've got the supporting operators just fulfilling their roles. You've got the dog for healing, you've got the alibi for the impacts and the prismas, same goes for Capcan with the C4. But yeah, the theory of Nobles is correct. The problem is, again, it's so much area to contest as 5 defenders.
It is.
I doubt this will work.
This is it. I think people were starting to go to bar a little bit more, especially when his army came out. Already Anvarv taking out Lone Soldier, but Easy was out with the trade almost instantaneously. So both teams taking immediate casualties within that first minute. It's going to be a little bit scrappy on both sides this round. I do feel CCV. This is exactly what I mean. Again, they know there's so much area that they need to contest on both sides. And again, with the extension that you have to do with bar, the gunfights come so quickly. Because again, you have to get that lounge control in order to get that wall into bar open. You have to get strip control. You have to get the upstairs control, that all-important upstairs control. You've got to be careful about that 30. Beautiful shot there from Anvarv, holding on for dear life, taking down Sky Guardian. Strisha falling too. I was going to say already this is maybe looking a bit better for Kira. They do have the play advantage right now, so this could be something. But Coffee is there to prove me wrong. And poor Sax Turkey is left at a 1 versus 3. It's often a fable almost about Castle. You either get the good UMP or the bad UMP. Let's see what UMP Sax Turkey has. The plant is going to start to go down. Again, this all-important verticality needs to start to come through. There are some pre-placed holes here, but it's not quite going to... Oh, is it? This could be quite nice. There we go. There's at least one. Coffee falls down, but you've got to be mindful of the time. Can you secure these remaining 2 picks? Can you clutch out this round? Des, we see Vortex holding on to Lounge here, and Valve holding on to that hatch as well. Sack's looking to keep playing this vertical. I think it's going to get a little bit awkward. I think they're going to have to go for
20
a little bit
seconds.
of a rotate. Yes, they are. They're going to make it down the main stairs. But the timer, as you say, CCB, the timer is ticking. And Valve aware of the positioning, goes for the pre-fire there, the swing and the finish off there. Kira, a really nice round there. And again, a difficult site to really contest on both sides. But Kira came through so much stronger there.
Absolutely. And I mean, I was talking about theoretically attacking this bombs, theoretically defending this bomb site, and Nobles, following that pretty well with that hyper extension on the first floor and having a couple of players situated up top. Kira, similarly, attacked it brilliantly. They went for lounge control. They went for the one weak point that the defenders really cannot always have an eye on. That was garage. And you enter garage, you take that garage control, you extend towards lounge, and then ultimately CCTV is going to fall, cash room is going to fall as well, and you can just plant in towards stage, and there isn't going to be much preventing you. You don't necessarily have to focus on towards the strip, bathroom, and bar side of things, but no matter what Kira did, it worked wonders for their side. So overall, really, really good. But the entire advantage still resides with the side of Nobles. That one round, it was a one-off. Hopefully, we don't see bar and stage ever again. As for this match, Nobles are just going to ensure that doesn't happen from now on, and they have a look at going back to bedroom and gym, and again repeating pretty much the same thing, albeit this time Sky Guardian on. Again, not the Legion, but picking up the Thunderbird. Now, this makes a lot more sense. This gives that sense of security to those anchors, because yes, they don't have more utility to play off of. They don't have the Mira Black Mirrors or the Castle Barricades, but rather they've got the Tonai stations to heal themselves up, which of course encourages them to take more gunfights.
100%. And again, they're really focusing around just utility placement from the early round, from the get-go, to kind of really delay that collapse and delay the execute and benefit, as you say, the anchors even more. Those keeper stations will really be useful as Kona stations rather as time goes on. Main thing here as well is also thinking about the fact that we've got the Mozzie. So again, if that intel is denied and then you've got the alibis lurking around, that's going to be a little bit of the old bait and switch for Kira to deal with. Speaking of dealing with, oh, pure risky, but there we go! Sacks Turkey the Trader almost instantaneously. A 1-for-1 already going down as that wall gets opened up nice and swift. And look at this duo play, this crossfire that can be held. Poor Coffee. Gonna have to help Def and Mar here to try and make their approach. But again, while that's happening, we've got a second potential duo play going down here. Shrisha throwing it out for Anfav, looking for any roamers that may just be ratting it out towards that basement.
Yep, easy. The angle as he lands the headshot. Oh, he doesn't, very low on HP. He's got the C4 in hand. Death Hammer departs, and yet again, the side of Kira Esports, the bomb side, is a gym and bedroom. They're focusing so much of time, resources, and manpower on getting rid of these roamers, whereas Nobles, they can just simply fall back or take the heads off. Third kill for Turkey right here. Is he looking to end this off on an ace? He surely can. He's got the positioning. He's set up for the play, but now he's gone away. So that's going to be now the Thunderbird all by herself. 1 minute to work with, and the tables have surely turned. It's only been a matter of seconds where Kira Esports have completely flipped the switch, because it's a lonesome Thunderbird. More importantly, and most importantly, Kira Esports have a lot of time to work with. They can slowly find their way through. They've got 3 drones, which I believe can give them enough information as to where the final defender is. The peak can come in just any second.
This is it. Sky Guardian aware it is match point. They need to isolate these 1v1s, potentially secure that map win for their team. Beautiful shot to Coffee. That's at least one. And here we go. They go for the heal. We've seen how impactful this utility can be. The flash is going out, catching Sky Guardian off guard. Shrisha not quite going for the immediate aggression. So again, Sky Guardian can see now and just playing the timer, going for the swing, maybe the pre-5. But no, Shrisha just too quick with it. Shutting that down and clinging on ever more.
Oof. I mean, yet again, such a close round, and Kira could have lost right there. But once more, both of these two teams, I feel like their priority is right now on just getting frags. no matter what the cost may be. And I feel like that's not the best way to play Clubhouse, because right here, even the roamers as well, instead of leaving Sky Guardian all
Attackers
alone,
need to
you
locate
could
and
have fallen
defuse
back to
remaining bombs.
construction. You could have used that rotate from cash or from red and cash to go to construction, perhaps even play the bomb side. It's completely free. You will be safe. You do not have to take such a risky angle. And also the attackers. I mean, this is the second time we saw, Gym and Bedroom being opted up as the defending bomb side from the side of Nobles. Kira, they had the same attack. You get lounge control, you get basement generator control, you completely clear out the staircase, then you push up red, you breach into CCTV. It's time consuming. It causes you to use your exothermic charges or your hard breaching utility, and
5 seconds to go.
ultimately, why don't you try and attack the bomb site directly? They do not have a castle.
Attackers
You
must
can
locate and
waste.
defuse the
Okay,
bomb.
let's pause.
Offender has been
Heavy
discovered.
pause. We see what Easy was trying right there. Again, he wanted to do,
Uh-huh.
he wanted to pull a Kira Esports on Kira Esports, but ultimately failed. But yeah, coming back to and just wrapping up my final point, there are different ways to attack these bomb sites. Both of these teams, they do not need to be so tedious, so methodical, and so time consuming with how they're playing this matchup. They can be a lot more efficient if they want to be.
Speaking of efficiency, I think it's kind of interesting that Easy is choosing to play with the alibi and keep those clones in pocket. Again, really focusing on just using that utility explicitly and purely for that roam game, for that roam presence, because they know that Kira have to try and clear them. They know that they're going to be really hyper focusing on that. And again, we've seen a few cheeky free fires here and there, so maybe that utility will work well. And again, if Easy can make a little bit of a presence by doing some of these cheekier plays, like going for these spawn peaks, going for these aggressions, and then falling back and throwing down those clones, again, that could really keep Kira on their toes. But the risk of that, however, CCV, is if Easy falls now, that's a lot of wasted utility.
It is, but once more, for the side of Nobles, they have second floor control. Albeit, yeah, it's really risky, and very soon they were going to be flushed out. That's exactly what Atharv does. Now making his way down the main stairs, pure risky. P90 hand already has gotten 1 kill, 2 impacts as well. So I feel like he can really seize the moment if he wants to. As for the side of Kira Esports, they've once more spent so much time getting second floor control. The bomb side is basement, church, and arsenal. You've got 70 seconds to win. Can you really do it? Is it going to be possible? So let's see. Pure risky, holding the angle. No one spots him. Beautiful headshot. And yeah, Kira Esports are just, trying to find their way through this entire map. Another for the Solus, and I feel like this is it. This is going to be wraps. The final bomb site we are seeing is going to be, basement, church, and Premier League winners of the season.
100% free versus 2. Could this be it? Could Nobles hold on to this site? Could they delay this collapse, this attempt at a collapse from Kira Defamar, using those secondary hard breaches to open up those hatches, just to apply an additional part of pressure? And again, Vortex on that sledge, combined with the skeleton key, that's a lot of verticality right now. But look at this, Easy getting cheeky with it once again, and Defamar is gonna fall down. Poor Vortex. They know exactly where he is. They know that he's approaching from blue. Potentially the flank to come through. No, it's actually gonna be a drop down from Easy, and there we go, the duo play to finish things off. Goodness gracious me. Goodness me. The cheekiness.
Yeah, yet again, I mean, towards the end, Kira just had to brute force their way in because, again, lack of time. Nobles took complete advantage of that, and the MX4 Storm really did wonders. And yeah, overall, this round, just, so many of these rounds for the side of Nobles being won on these hero plays, as it's often referred to in like shooter games, like one person really taking responsibility and just having an excellent performance in that particular round. This time as well, it was risky, and of course, it paid off. The investment paid its wonders. The triple kill, which ultimately forced the hand of the attackers, couldn't do much, and this entire map did feel like that to a certain extent. Right out of the gate, Kira tried to keep up at the pace of Nobles. They couldn't. They were in a bit of deficit. By the time the first half ended, it just meant that Kira were lagging by 2 rounds. So again, they had to progressively get even better and progressively win more rounds than the opposition. They couldn't keep up the pace, and yeah, it just costed them the entire map, sadly.
I think this is it. And, granted, that was Noble's map pick, but a 7-4
Hmm.
victory is certainly going to be tasty for them. And again, we consider how powerful that attack was for Nobles. Again, I wondered how long it would take for Easy to start getting a little bit cheeky with it. And certainly, as soon as it flipped over to that defensive side, it was like, oh, okay, Easy is doing easy things. We're going to see
Right.
these kind of, again, hair of the dog, but you going for those spawn peaks. But again, just some of these really aggressive plays coming through from that player, able to secure those 1 or 2 Ks in a row. Again, Villa's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, that will be Kira's map pick. I can't quite recall who's starting on the attack there, though. But again, that's where the
I believe
probably
it's
more
Kira.
challenging. Kira, there we go. So that's a more challenging side there. Yes, it's a map pick, but you've got so much map control to gain in a very short amount of
Hmm.
time. Again, it's the largest map in the map pool. And when you have players like Easy who are just going to go for these disgusting aggressive plays, they're going to get in every single nook and cranny. The intel game needs to be on point for the side of Kira here, going into that map of Villa, in order for them to really get a good, strong hold on how that map is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with everything you said, but my favorite point that you made right there was that Villa is the largest, map area-wise in the current
Yeah.
competitive map pool. You know what that means? Consulate is not there. That means the Villa is the largest. There is no Consulate in the
Not this
competitive
again.
map pool.
Not
That's
this
just
again.
my favorite thing. But yeah, overall in Villa, the entire aspect of roaming is going to be put more in front, more so the aspect of loose roaming, because this doesn't happen in Villa as often that you allocate so much of your resources as defenders into extending, horizontally. What we just saw on
Mm.
Clubhouse, like if you're going for that second floor joint bedroom hole, you extend towards CCTV and cache. I feel like on Villa that's not going to happen as much. You're not going to be properly extending.
Mm.
But still, let's have a look at the match summary. Let's have a look at how Clubhouse for now entirely went forward, and even having a look at the scorecard as well, right? Yes, some performances definitely stood out. Meanwhile, for some players, we can expect a lot more heading into map number 2.
I mean, this is it again. The 82% cost on Sax Turkey. I think for the side of Nobles again, the trades were so much more on top form. I think it was a little
Mm-hmm.
bit more squiffy for Kira, but granted, again, it was just because of the hyper aggression coming through from Nobles, and perhaps Kira weren't able to deal with that in those kind of duo plays as easy. They were trying to space out more to deal with that aggression and go for the wide flanks, but it wasn't quite working. I think they should have been a little bit tighter, a little bit closer with that. But I mean, it's good statistics, to be honest, on both sides. Again, Anfarv having a little bit of a field day, and of course, Easy and Sax Turkey on 13 and 12 kills apiece. I feel like we might see a little bit more of that, to be honest, from those two on this second map as well. And that's where Kira really need to think about how they're going to shut down this aggression. I spoke at
Right.
the start of the series. I really wanted to see Vortex and Anfarv work more together as a duo. And I think that statistically, that last map, it didn't go the best for Vortex. But I think, again, if Anfav and Vortex can start to really work in those tight duos, I think that's a really nice way that Kira can potentially shut down those initial, roam presences that will come through from Nobles. Again, Easy, he's going to be playing out of his mind. He's going to be going for those window peaks. He's going to be going for those aggressive pushes, especially if they try and go for the long gain of that map control. Say it's Aviator games, they're going to try and go from a bedroom and try and have that long, but again, quick map control gain. You need to be quick about it. You can't faff about too much. And this is where Easy and Sax might start to have a little bit of a field day if they start to get in every nook and cranny, if they start to play around like Astro Stairs and it's not droned out properly, if they just kind of have this aggressive presence in Closet as an example. We've seen a
Right.
lot of that this week already from multiple teams, especially when it comes to this Villa map. People getting very hyper aggressive around Closet, regardless of what site it is. Again, a pretty pivotal point to hold on to, because even if they don't push you from bedroom, say on like Aviator, you can still go for those window peaks from that bedroom. And that's where things get a little bit dicey.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, if we are taking, aviating games as an example, you do have one of those choices. Either you take bedroom control, you go for the full-on roam clear, or you attack from study, get library control. And as you just mentioned, the bedroom peaks on towards the study balcony, the study window. those can really be a menace for the attackers to deal with if they're not looking out for it, or if they haven't already cleared out the angle. So the defenders do have that offset chance of getting one of these kills here and there, just by sheer not by sheer luck, but just by the attackers overlooking certain aspects of that defense. Yeah, many things for Kira to wander on about and to ponder on about and think about as during this map break, as to how they can approach the map of Villa. And also for the side of Kira Esports, they have played this map, and we have seen Kira play this map very, very recently. They took it up against MRCZ as well. They went to overtime. They almost won it. As for the side of Nobles, we haven't seen Villa just yet, but we will very, very shortly. Stay tuned, as we shall be right back after this short break.
up my time. And I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Welcome back everyone to Zotac Gaming, the esports club Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. I am CCV, joined alongside Grace, and we are bringing to you the groups stage days. We are bringing to you a best of 3 between one of the best teams from South Asia up against one of the best teams from the Middle East. It is Kira Esports up against Nobles. Map 1 has already commenced and finished. Nobles took a quick 7-4 victory on the map of Clubhouse, which precedes us to Villa.
And this is it, right? Granted, it was Noble's map pick. 9 times out of 10, you expect the team that's got their map pick to win that map. However, Kira's map pick being Villa, again, a very complex map when we think about the size of it and how difficult it is to keep control of the timer when you're gaining that map control on the attack. I believe Kira will be starting on the attack as well. So this is where things might get a little bit dicey for them. We've already seen Easy have a little bit of fun in that previous map, especially towards the end on that defense there. So again, going into this on defense, maybe we'll see more of the same.
We could, and then again, it's about the operator compositions as well. Grace, we had briefly touched upon the fact that roaming is also still going to be of heavy prevalence on the map of Villa, but it's going to be a different style of roaming. So I want to see if the operator bans move around that, or are focused on that aspect, or are they really just focused on banning the anti-breaches and the hard breaches? So far, that's not the case. Nobles, starting out on defense, banned the Dokebi. Makes a lot of sense to a certain extent. She does help out in that aspect of hard breaching with, again, the EMP grenades, the secondary gadget that she can bring. But apart from that, yeah, Dokebi is gone. Osa, so for the time being, we are following suit from Clubhouse.
This is it again. I think these bans are becoming more and more standard, and it's weird because you think of once upon a time, all we ever saw, as you mentioned in the first map, was the old Thatcher hard breach bans. It's now just completely changed on its head within the last 6 to 8 months. The Azami ban, of course, as well. We are learning that that's going to be a new standard more and more as time goes on. Especially a map like this, you want to get rid of anything that can delay that execute, especially because time is totally of the essence when it comes to this map. Nobles as well, going with that Valkyrie ban. I mean, again, just getting more information off the board. Lots of very intel-focused bans coming through from the side of Nobles, and again, it's not too surprising. This is a large map. All the information possible that you can gain, the better. And this is also why it's even more interesting that we're going to see that Solis in play from the get-go, not being banned out. And again, even when we saw that first release of her, everyone knew how powerful she was going to be, especially on maps like Villa, where again, the attackers, the amount of map control they need to gain, the amount of information they need, because there's defenders lurking in every single nook and cranny. Solis can certainly put a spanner in the works when it comes to that, her utility being used to find out drones, other pieces of electronic utility, and essentially get rid of it nice and early. It also allows you to see where those approaches may be coming from. You see those pre-places even on the external. You know exactly where Kira are going to be making their approach from.
Absolutely. You can anticipate more of the directional play and more of the large-handed approach of the attackers quite early on. That's also the advantages Solus gives you, so you can be better prepared for it and, perhaps adapt to it inside of the round or like during the round if the need be. But other than the Solus, every other, operator on the defense being brought forward as well, a lot of important utility and a lot of team-friendly utility being brought forward. None of the operators really are more focused on their individual utility. No Vigil being brought ahead, nothing along the lines of that. So all of these gadgets, they will be helping out and slowing the attackers one way or another. Be it the mute jammers getting rid of the drones and potentially blocking breaches for a little bit, be it the Legion goo mines stepping forward and the attackers stepping on them and being slowed down, the Rooney Surya gates as well, and everything just being a nuisance for the side of Kira Esports. But of course, it's the Bullet that do most of the legwork, and it's going to be pure risky, for whom it feels like nothing has, started and ended. It's just the same thing as it was. We are back towards the final round of Clubhouse, and he's just continuing his streak of dominance with that P90 and the holographic, getting 2 kills already to his name and ensuring the not the hard breacher, but the entry fragger and the support are both gone.
Oh, speaking of being gone, Anfav getting caught out a little bit there by Sky Guardian. Really unfortunate. No immediate trade to come back either. Vortex on the Blackbeard, though, that's an interesting one. Again, taking down Lone Soldier, but it's again how powerful those shields can be if people are going for these aggressive plays. Just covering your head just a little bit, and it can really allow you to win some of these 1v1s a bit more. And this is what this round seems to be coming down to mostly, is those 1v1s that seem to be happening. No duo plays coming through just yet. There we go, Vortex finally getting taken out by Sky Guardian, and poor Coffee on the Habana. This is where the sharks start to flood for water. They are hungry for it. Coffee gets one onto pure risky, though. They're being too cheeky here, but the shotgun to the face from Easy of all people. A very hyper-aggressive start there for both sides, to be honest, CCV.
Yeah. I mean, Kira really weren't expecting that. More so, they just didn't have any choice. As soon as Risky got a double kill with that P90, they were like, well, we've got to go for the gunfights. We've got no other choice. We need to try and equalize the score count. Otherwise, we'll never get map control. Otherwise, we'll never be able to launch an execution. But in doing so, in going for the gunfights, Kira just never could, get their feet on the ground properly, get stability or get any form of traction, and ultimately once more the round just fell into the favor of Nobles, and this is what we saw during Clubhouse as well. I feel like Kira want to take the gunfights. They're not against them. They're not a very passive team. That's never been Kira Esports, and that's never been their terminology. Just the problem right here is the fact that the speed and the velocity at which these gunfights and the bullets are being swung at Kira, they are not able to hold their ground for much longer. They are not able to essentially, deal with so many of these defenders holding all of these angles. And I think Villa only amplifies that. The point you had made earlier, Grace, of, defenders being in quite literally any room, holding any various forms of angles, anything unusual going on, just means that the attackers have to be all the more careful, and just gives the defenders all the more opportunity of capitalizing off of such plays. And I feel like Nobles are doing an excellent job of that so far.
Speaking of capitalizing, I was wondering if Anfov was potentially going to go for some of these Verti picks. I think they may be aware of that kitchen presence from one of these roamers. Easy on the alibi. And again, that's quite a nice position for the attackers to have. If they can get control of that kitchen area, and they can start to work that verticality towards site, can really enable a bit of breathing room for hard breach to get into bedroom and get that wall nice and open. Of course, you have to be careful of the shield on that double wall, and the potential, as always, of hyper aggression from this closet area. Look at this, Sky Guardian on the Jaeger. Jaeger shotgun, actually, no. CCV. Little bit nasty. Again, we speak of immorality.
Yeah, exactly. I was talking about war crimes. Now this is one of them, and he gets deservedly punished. I'm sorry. I never hope for ill intent on any of the players, but if you're bringing the M870, you're asking for it a little bit. Come on, you're gonna get casters cursed. But still, it comes with a little bit of retaliation for the side of Nobles. They did manage one kill. Amar as the Thatcher is gone, but Kira Esports can find their way around, bedroom and closet. They just have to be a little more brutal about it. They just have to have that brute force approach of contesting these gunfights. It's gone their way so far. Easy is looking to be another casualty if he's not careful, or perhaps Pure Risky steps into the mix yet again and causes havoc once more.
The thing is getting a little bit scrappy on both sides. I think both teams trying to punish one another for potential aggression. I think if anything, Nobles are just being a bit too cheeky. Speaking of cheeky, Shreesha Fair taking down Easy of all people, 2 versus 2. The trades coming through thick and fast. Every time one falls, it's immediately being traded back. This long line of sight's going to take down Anfarv as well. The Shreesha gets tagged up, a 1 versus 1 between them and Pure Risky there. But again, Lone Soldier, we assume that there are frost mats in play. I think Shreesha will be aware of it. So again, realistically, the defense could just hold back a little bit here. They could just go a bit more passive, go back to site a bit, batten down the hatches, and let Shreesha have to push from 30 seconds or so on the clock. Again, they have to jump in and get that diffuser. They're the ones that has to make the play. This is where you go passive with it. You play a little bit safer.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Shreesha as well, he could have drawn everything out, but ultimately, would it have been to any avail? Not really sure. Pure Risky, okay, and he still landed the headshot. This is interesting. But overall, yeah, again, shenanigans aside, Pure Risky is just having a tremendous time very, very recently, you know, with the P90. And all the meanwhile this round was going on, I was just thinking of anything can I make the P90. Like, what does the P90 stand for in the hands of Pure Risky? Does it stand for like the powerful 90? Like, I'm thinking of a good name because this gun, I mean, look, okay, there's backstory to this joke. Back during the South Asian Nationals, the SMG-11 was of heavy prevalence by a lot of these players, and it was getting a lot of kills. Thus, I had named it the Sigma machine gun instead of the submachine gun. Similarly, I'm trying to come up with a name for the P90, but yeah, none of it is as powerful as I want it to be. So for the time being, it's just going to be, you know, Pure Risky having an excellent time. But more so, it's really Kira Esports who are suffering the brunt of it in their attack.
This is it. Again, it's difficult with the setup that they had to go up against Zen because if you do have these hyper-aggressive setups around that bedroom area, and ideally you want to be having that additional dimension of pressure coming from the other side of the map. You want to be clearing Aviator and finally pushing from Pig and Bench. Again, going for that verti kill, but from the get-go, it was almost like Kira didn't really want to contest that. But speaking of congestion, that's at least a good start. Pure Risky of all people being taken out nice and early, and again, that's going to maybe shut down a bit of this hyper aggression from Nobles. At least I say that, but Lone Soldier wants to prove me wrong. Vortex falling down. That's that nades off the board. That's that sledgehammer off the board. It's already a lot of vertical plays gone, which is very, very important when it comes to this map. This site pick, rather.
Absolutely. But what the attackers have lost in terms of their vertical player, they are gaining back in multiples in terms of just overall presence from the defense being lost on the map. Now, this drone does not spot Easy. And Mozzie is in perfect position to capitalize. And yeah, it's going to be the drone owner ultimately causing her downfall. That's the Twitch now gone. Easy, what a play! That is outsmarting your opposition to its finest. He tossed the C4. He forced the buck to take that distance away. He had to go for that 6 feet distance mandatory. That's when he struck. And that is where Kira, yeah, once more looking like they may not be the victors of this round. No, don't tell him he runs out.
Don't think he'd risk it for a chocolate biscuit just yet. Sax Turkey going for a little bit of a play, but the bailiff in hand, of course you're going to get taken out. Coffee, at least securing that 1 versus 1 there. But can they isolate these players again? This is what I'm talking about, but Villa, it's not just about how large it is. It's the window peaks that can be done from across the map. There we go, beautiful stuff there, Coffee. And they know they have a lot of time to work with. Potentially, this could be quite fun. This is them sneaking in through laundry and getting all the way into bomb site. And this means Easy has to go for a potential retake here. The thing does come through. There we go, Coffee. Well played. The 1 versus 3. Just by playing the patience game. That's exactly how you do it, CCV. You isolate into those 1 versus 1s. You let them get cheeky with it. You punish them for it. And you secure that dub.
Oh, that's exactly what he did. Such a good round from the side of Nobles. They had the entire advantage. but they got greedy, and I feel like this round is a culmination of this attitude getting to Nobles for quite some time. The first 2 rounds of Villa, the final couple of rounds on Clubhouse as well. I know Nobles are quite confident at, with their capacity of being able to take out this map to their name. I think the Baron stage being chosen was another example of that. Nobles were like, might as well try this just for fun, albeit. But even if we lose, we can, simply secure the map of Clubhouse. It's not going to be any more chaotic than as already is. And that was a great example of that. Back then, they lost that. They made an unnecessary risk. They lost out on it. Here, same case, but in another factor, in another form. Instead of choosing a specific objective, they rather went for, just hyper aggressive kills when they really shouldn't have. And of course, it costed them a lot more. It costed them the round. It could have been a 3-0 lead. They could have perfected that, objective rotation of going to every single bomb site, but it won't be as of now. But one place where Nobles certainly are at a huge advantage has got to be the kills, has got to be the fragging department. Everyone in Kira, with the exception of Coffee, has not had a good start. And when 4 out of your 5 players, when 80% of your team is trailing the opposition in terms of kills, that is making a big statement that this is not the same Kira we saw in Clubhouse. The Kira we saw in Clubhouse, those guys were confident. This time, they have a lot more work to do.
I think this is it because it's starting on that attack though. And again, we've seen how aggressive Nobles can get on their own defense. And I think that's what's kind of shaken Kira a little bit. It's this idea of like, well, we would like to go for these approaches. We'd like to go through our plan, our strategy, but we can't actually really get that close to the building. We can't even get in the building some of these rounds because of how hyper aggressive Nobles are being. And that's where you need to start thinking a little bit cleaner cut and be like, okay, we're going to have to go for something completely outside of the box here. We're going to have to play that long game. We're going to have to go for those long clears. And yes, it's risky because of the timer, but at the same time, it's our better chance of winning out some of these gunfights if we're going into them as a 2 versus 1 instead of a 1 versus 1.
True.
It's like they need the breathing room almost, CCV. Because at the moment they're having these tight points to go through, and it means that they're essentially falling into 1 versus 1s naturally, when ideally if they're going for that full clear, say now, you know what, the Aviator, they're going all the way from that kind of bedroom site, or if they realize there's too much pressure there, they perhaps decide to go, okay, we'll go study balcony, we'll also approach from underneath, we'll get that nade game going. What nades can we bring to the table here? Granted, yes, they've got the Ayana there with nades. Maybe bring, something else that might have some nades in pocket. Or even there, they have the Jackal. They can use that from below too. The shotguns, the Jackal scanner. I think that's a nice little mix-up that they've decided to bring here. They've also got the Lion there for the global utility. So I think here at that timeout, they've kind of, got their bearings again, had a little bit of a breather, and they've gone, okay, we need to approach this a bit more with the utility to deal with that hyper-aggression.
Absolutely. And this can be traced back to Clubhouse as well, right? We had made a point for a couple of those attacks of Kira when the side of Nobles, they were defending the gym and bedroom, and so much of that roam presence, so much of the defending manpower was on towards CCTV and cash that ultimately Kira lost out because of that. This time as well, Kira are attacking the roamers as is. They want to go for the gunfights. Pure risky. Again, the most chaotic person and one of the best fraggers very, very recently for this entire couple of rounds that we have seen is going to be the first casualty. That is a huge sigh of relief for the side of Kira, but there's a lot more work to be done. The second Lion scan goes out. Yet again, they're looking for near the gunfights. What a swing from Easy. He finds one isolated kill. The numbers are back and squared off, and Kira Esports, whatever map control they had gotten, is once more taken away from them as the Ella moves in towards Piano, holding towards Art Studio.
This is it. That first minute was good. Kira knew, okay, we'll attack from below, we'll play in those duos. That started working well. Now they've isolated themselves again, and look what's happening, CCV. Easy and Sax Turkey able to get 1 apiece, and it's already whittled down now to 2 versus 4. Make that a 3 versus 4, as Defamar is able to take down Easy of all people, getting rid of that aggressive fragger. But there's still people like Sky Guardian, Lone Soldier, and Sax Turkey in the server. So again, it's going to be a little bit rocky. And look at these lines of sight. Again, they're splitting up again. This is not what they should be doing, in my opinion. Kira plays so much better when they're able to get into these kind of 2v1s. They're able to push these duos. We saw that at the start of the round. I really want that idea to start cementing with them.
If they want to regroup together towards classical hallway, at least that's what they're making it towards. However, Deathamo, there are so many defenders near him. There's going to be one swinging wide, and sadly, there is nothing that Coffee can do about it. Good for the Jackal. He finds one. The C7E works wonders, but he has a lot more to do, and he doesn't have proper support from the Hibana. That's the thing. Coffee hasn't yet repelled in towards 90. So it's just the Jackal by himself, and ultimately this can be the downfall of Kira Esports if they're not careful. C4 goes through. Hibana's location is known. Deathamo has got to put the pedal to the metal right now. Hibana jumps in, and yeah, that's Coffee off the board. Beautiful shot by Sky Guardian, and this feels like it's over. The chapter in this book is closed, and that's going to be Turkey. Just completely getting rid of the book and the opposition alongside it.
It's kind of heartbreaking in a way because it's, as I say, that first minute went really well for Kira. They were like, let's do this underneath clear, make some breathing room for ourselves. And then they just fell again into these 1v1s. We saw from the get-go that entry pick coming through from Kira. They had two players jump in, one take that gunfight, but the other just close behind them, behind the corner, so that if they did fall, they could immediately swing out and go for that trade. It's little things like that that Kira needs to maintain consistency about throughout the round itself, and I think that's going to give them a lot more control of the map. For now, it's kind of like a little bit squiffy because Nobles, you know, they are playing in these 1v1s, but they're on the defensive side. They're the ones with the tighter angles. They're the ones that can go for those pre-fires a lot easier. They have the information based off the audio. They'll just sit there in these ratty little angles being quiet. You don't know where they are unless you're droning it. And if you're droning it, that's increasing the risk here because, again, you're just isolating yourselves. If you get caught out a little bit because you're on that drone, or at least waiting for that drone info, it's just a little bit squiffy right now, CCV. And it really upsets me because, again, Kira, you want to see them bring this to an even Steven scoreline.
Right. Yeah, but again, doing that is a lot more easier said than done for the side of Kira Esports, because after all the tremendous effort they can put through to, you know, clear out these defenders, and, you know, they drone them out, they use some of their utility, no matter whatever they're doing. Ultimately, the gunfights as well, to a certain extent, at least statistically, so far haven't supported the side of Kira. That's also one of the main things. Vortex, after 4 rounds, only has a single kill. Shrisha only has a single kill. Atharv departs as the first casualty. Iana's gone. Your only source of frag grenades, your only source of, you know, explosive utility, that's out of the mix. So that's a bit unfortunate. Coffee does find, again, you know, he does have retaliation. He does find some reimbursement for that, but it's just not going to be enough. Kira need to have a stable advantage if they want to convert this round into a win.
100%. Bit of a quiet before the storm now. It looks like Kira are trying to set up something. They're trying to set up its utility to try and clear out Sax Turkey. He attacks Turkey, getting tagged up significantly. Look at this, tickle him, and he will fall over. So rightly so, they're going to get behind Pure Risky and be like, do you know what, mate? You can take that gunfight. I'm just going to hold down on site for now. But Pure Risky, they're going for the Verti play. This could be massive. The nades in hand, just looking for the intel, looking for that information as to where these players may be. Doesn't quite land on anyone just yet, but that's at least going to give an additional line of sight if these attackers start to approach through that bathroom area.
Attackers are sure set on approaching from that bathroom area, but yeah, again, they've got to be so careful about all the defenders having just, you know, having their eyes on them like eagles. They are waiting and watching and just patiently idling and sitting by. Here's someone who can take the charge if he wanted to, easy, and he's definitely one of those players who wants that aggression in front of him. Turkey departs, so that's the verticality out of it. Kira Esports, they have one less defender to think about, but the defenders who are still present, they can be a menace. At Mozzie, he's so ahead. Castle also wants to take multiple gunfights. The breach may be done, but a lot more is required from these attackers. Map control, be more specific, and that's exactly what Coffee is looking to do. He's got the Type 89, he's got control of bathroom, but does he have the kill? Can he secure it as soon as possible? That's the question. Pure Risky with the P90 Back again. He's just holding these angles, and very soon he may be the only one, as Sky Guardian is in heaps of trouble if he's not careful.
15 seconds left.
This is it, isn't it? Pure Risky and the tiny ratty angle in these boxes. There's one. Can they get the second? Free Fire's going out. There's one for Sky Guardian. No, Coffee can trade it onto Pure Risky. But again, the timer is ticking. They have to try and take these gunfights. There we go. Coffee to finish things off. That's Kira getting another attacking round on the board just by knowing I have to push. I have to try and get this pick.
Yet again, their hand was forced, but this time Kira Esports prevailed nonetheless, getting these offhand kills one by one, that vertical kill, and then ensuring that bathroom control still stayed with them. Coffee, ultimately jumping to the trigger, jumping quite literally inside of bathroom to take control of that, and as the Hibana continued to put that pressure on, as his teammates went forward and, started the approach from bedroom, meant that Kira Esports had a really solid chance of winning that round, and they did. Yes, they did manage to convert it into a win. So that's all well and good, and I feel like Kira Esports, they can apply the same theory this time as well. It's only a matter of those gunfights. So much of this hyper aggressive playstyle is boiling down to which team can eliminate more of their players early on, because once the time pressure builds forward, then it's just a toss of the coin who's going to win. The round we just saw right now, the 2v4, could very well have been converted into a victory for the side of Nobles had they gotten one kill here or there. Similarly, Kira Esports could have had a wildly different half as well had they been a bit more competent with those one-off chances, with those one-off frags. So a lot of this legwork that these players are doing, it's going to be, encompassed down to the fact that which team can A, get the initial kill and can keep the momentum going in their favor.
I think this is it right too. It's I believe we saw Nobles play on Villa the other day, and it was pretty hard hitting. So again, it's a decent map for them on both sides, I would consider. I am surprised a little bit that Kira have been able to secure that last round, because again, the high progression coming from Nobles. But I think again, it just played more into the fact of that timer ticking down, and Kira being like, we know exactly what to do. We have that information. We need to get that final kill. It's just, again, can Kira bring this to a 3-3? I think that would make their own defense start very, very nicely, and potentially could give them the biggest chance they have at bringing it to this third and final map.
And right now, they are relying on every single chance to, equalize and push it towards that decider map if possible. And the odds aren't with them entirely just yet, still stacked up against them slightly, considering, how Nobles have been playing. But yeah, everything can be overturned if Kira wanted to. So once more, you've got Pure Risky, who has calmed down a bit. Or I shouldn't say calm down. Kira have made him calm down a lot more in more of these recent rounds. He was having an amazing time at the start of Villa. But this time, he's a lot more cautious about it, and he's a lot more careful in how he wants to move forward. Easy. Oh no. Did anyone notice him take this place? If not, it's going to be amazing. If not, it's going to pay off. And yes, it does. He picks up one kill. Thatcher gone. Lone Soldier only amplifies and just extends the pressure further and further as Kira and their numbers deplete out. And they go out of this round with a bang for the side of their opposition.
This is it, but the side switch will come through now. Again, I touched on this the other day. Nobles, they do have a very good Villa attack themselves, but again, it's hyper aggressive. So this is where Kira, they really need to play that delay game, and this is exactly what we're starting to see already. The combination of that smoke utility with that Goyo utility, those toxic babes to delay the timer, the Vulcan, the way that area effect happens, that will delay the timer too. Those Malusis to slow down an aggressive collapse as well. Kira know exactly what kind of util to bring here against the attack that Nobles will do. Again, we see Easy on the Nook, which is a little bit scary for me. We've seen the Nook plays on Villa be incredibly spicy in the past. Again, often people will like to go into basement and work their way up on an off angle just to catch the defense off guard in that mid to late round. So already the kind of counter-stratting almost on both sides really coming through quite clearly to me.
Now, moving on forward, everything being laid out to a certain extent for both of the teams as well.
Attackers are moving.
Pressure, I mean, we all can see it, is on the side of Kira Esports, and we all know that it's going to be the same, round result as it was at the end of Clubhouse. But we also saw how Clubhouse ended, and I'm sure Kira wouldn't like that, as an overall best of 3 loss here without even a single map win puts Kira in a very, very unfavorable state to try and, be able to qualify from the second position. I think they may just be able to, but again, it's going to be next to impossible. So they need this win. They desperately need to push it to map number 3. Nobles are going to try everything to make it as difficult as possible. So with the attackers slowly moving on forward, we need to see, the groundwork being laid out for the execute. And so far, their groundwork starts from the ground. They have complete first floor control. They are looking for that verticality with the frag grenades, and they're troubling the defenders. Atharv now on towards 20 HP. Shrisha just above 50. The frag grenades have been doing their job really, really well, and there's still one in the pocket of Pure Risky that he can use whenever he wants to. But now, talking about bullets, talking about, the primary ammunition that these players will be looking for, Deathhammer is going to be the front line of this defense as the alibi on towards red stairs, just waiting for these attackers. Some of the defenders, yeah, sure, they're fulfilling their anchor roles, but Kira also know just how much an early kill will mean to them. That's why they've got their eyes locked in towards these, stairs, waiting for an attacker to jump in. It's going to be one kill favoring Nobles, and Coffee has to, fall back as soon as possible.
Yeah, rightly so. Coffee decided they're not going to contest it, but Toxic Babe's still there to do a little bit of damage to Sax Turkey, and again, that should give a little bit of an audio cue. That push towards 90 is starting to come through. Another Toxic Babe to go out just to delay the time. This is exactly what I was talking about, CCV. Just trying to delay things for as long as possible, using those Vulcans, which will still be in play regardless of Shisha being fallen down. Def Amar, beautiful pick there onto Sky Guardian too, so already a lot of utility taken away to deal with any hard breaches. This means the Nobles have to go a little bit more direct now, and this is where the chaos starts to ensue, because Kira, they're playing so passively, they know exactly what they want to do, rely on that utility to prevent the collapse themselves, and Nobles, they're willing to get aggressive, but they just need the information, they just need the angles.
Yeah, everyone Kira has huddled up in towards the bomb side, and it's working brilliantly. 20 seconds now, both the attackers in towards Study, holding these angles. They want to end to Aviator, but just how can you do it when Kira are swinging wide and swinging accurately, most importantly? That is going to be round number 3. Let's have a look at the final kill, and yeah, again, beautiful. The timing is perfect. Kira know just when to go for these peaks. The coordination is there, and this tactic works brilliantly. They delayed Nobles enough to essentially force their hand. We saw the same methodology, take place from the side of Nobles on towards Clubhouse, where Kira were delayed to such an extent that they had to brute force their way in, and ultimately didn't work out. This is the same thing replicated, just a mere carbon copy of that, but the opponents trying that, and yeah, same result. The defenders, really solid win.
Really good going from Kira again, just one round behind Nobles now, biting at the ankles of them, so to speak. Again, I think this is where they have the right idea, 100% coming through. We saw it just then. We saw the Toxic Babes going out. We saw the pre-placed first one, which really delayed that push up 90. The second one, then, they just knew exactly what they had to do. Okay, yes, they will try and take these picks, but we have taken out that Twitch. We've taken out that Ace. They can't get through any more walls here. We know they have to come through these doorways. We have the utility to secure those doorways. Let's just play it safe. More of that, please, Kira. Again, they have the Whammy Magnets this time, too, so any kind of nade utility that will be coming out, it should get caught. They've also got the ADSs for that, too. The Wombo combo of the Jaeger and of the Whammy is always a golden oldie, again, just because of how much utility it can just absorb. It's like a sponge almost. And again, this is, in my opinion, Kira, again, playing that long game when it comes to these rounds. They're going to hold back and come back to sight as soon as they start to feel that aggression come through. I hope.
They should, and this should have been the case on Clubhouse as well, right? Where if you're, say, defending basement church and Arsenal, you feel like there are a lot of attackers on second floor, fall back towards first floor, use the construction hatch, go towards bar. If there's even more pressure, go towards the bomb side. Do not necessarily go for kills time and time again. So, alright, whatever's happened on Clubhouse is done. Right now, on Villa at the very least, Kira Esports are doing things correctly so far. Now, Athar is hungry for some kills, and he does find one. Pure Risky is gone. Iano now no more in the mix. So it's only Ash that can do a lot of the damage when it comes to entry fragging, but really no, so many of these operators have that role to them. You know, you've got the Lion, you've got Blackbeard being brought in, which is a statement I'd never think I'd say until we have seen these matches roll out. But regardless of whoever the operator is, so far the attackers, they're meeting the same fate. That's death.
There we go, already Vortex spanning down the hatches, putting down those bandit batteries. To make sure, okay, I'm not going to try and bandit trick this, I'm just going to secure it, and we are just going to hold it back even more. This is exactly what we like to see from Kira. This is what we'd hope they'd continue to do, and they have. Sky Guardian, however, again, on that Blackbeard, you've got that shield. It's a bit of protection if people want to go for those swings, go for those pre-fires, essentially protecting your head. No headshots here, please, sir. But again, Coffee taking out easy, so already the pressure being applied to Sky Guardian Lone Soldier, regardless of the utility they have there. One drone about to go out. It was the last scanner to go out on that Lion, though, so this is where things get a little bit riskier if Nobles do want to try and commit to any kind of collapse here. There's none of Kira willing to get caught out, really.
Yep. No one in Kira definitely wants to give that isolated gunfight away, and Nobles find themselves cornered off. Where do you proceed? Do you go towards from the bedroom entrance, or do you try and take Astro control? No matter what is, you are going to be met with a heavy pre-fire. So again, the Blackbeard and the Lion facing off against great odds. More so, time is ticking away. 15 seconds now on the clock, and Nobles still have no major way of executing, of getting that map control. To add to that, Vortex swings wide, there's a self-flash, and Lone Soldier cannot do anything about it. Another round goes the way of Kira Esports, and they equalize the score. So now, things are truly even-stevened up. Things and everything actually is squared off, and from this point forward is where the real fight begins.
This is it. I feel like Nobles are probably kicking themselves right now for those moments of hyper-aggression on their own defense where perhaps they didn't have to be. They could have pulled back themselves after completely whittling down the side of Kira. Now the tables have turned. Kira have fully played into the playstyle of Nobles here, and Nobles are almost kind of being like, why aren't they pushing us? We want to get aggressive, but they're not pushing us. We're trying to, go for these aggressive entries, but no one's here. There's just some utility that's going to be a bit of a pain in my rear, but otherwise, where are Kira right now? And Kira are just on site like, ha ha ha, the timer is ticking. We can just sit here. We can win our ones. We'll hold those crossfires. You'll walk safely into them. Kira have done such a good job on this defense already. I really hope they can up this momentum. Of course, we're just seeing Nobles go in with the timeout. So potentially here is where Nobles are going to be saying to themselves, okay, they're working on just delaying us here. They're working on punishing us for our very well-known aggression. What can we change here to make things a little bit more clean cut? In my opinion, clean cut is the name of the game, and that's where you need to go here. Go back to the kind of basics, get that map control slow but steady, focus less on kills, focus more on gaining that map control and setting up. And again, the utility in pocket. Do we really need the Blackbeard right now? Could we pick something else that's going to give us a bit more of an edge here to clear the utility that Kira are hunkering down on site with?
Yeah, I mean, Kira are bringing a lot of utility denial. More so, Kira have now this added focus of, ensuring that at every step, at every stage of an execute, Nobles are met with heavy resistance. Now, this resistance can come in the form of Legion Goo Mines, Melusi Banshees, Alibi Prismas are there. Right now, I feel like Shirisha is locking on the Capcan, that too, but more so bulletproof shields. And we are seeing barbed wire. So much of the so much of the resources are being allocated to that specifically instead of just, anti-breach utility. This time, kitchen and dining, Cade will be brought out. That is quite interesting, but I doubt they'll be going for a mute. Yeah, no, again, Frost, you've got the Pogmats alongside the Bulletproof Shield. You've got Melusi, you've got
Attackers need to
Cade
locate
to
and
bring
defuse
the
the bomb.
C4s in, Surrogates and Prismas. So Kira Esports are really expanding their resources to make sure that nobles, even if they're focused on gaining map control, they still have that resistance, because of course Kira necessarily aren't going to be going for gunfights time and time again, so they need some other form of delaying these attackers, and that is where all of this utility makes a great example for them. As for the attackers, yeah, the attackers are now focused on just breaching into the bomb site.
10
A
seconds left.
double hard breach setup is brought out, and I feel like it's been a long time since
5
we've seen
seconds
double
to go.
hard breach. Even on Clubhouse, we saw just the lonesome Hibana being picked up. She was
Attackers are
the
moving
only
out to
hard
locate
breach
a
a couple
bomb
of
and defuse
times.
it.
No Maverick, or it was just the Thermite. This time it's going to be Thatcher, Ace, and Hibana, and this just makes you think of like
Bomb located
Clubhouse
by attackers.
9 months ago or so.
Well, this is it though, right? It's exactly what we were just talking about. Nobles, the best way for them to change things up now is by going a bit old school with it. And we're seeing that with the double hard breach. We're seeing that with, again, the destructibility for that soft destruction on the Ash. Of course, VIR notice it's a classic at the moment. The Thatcher as well, just to aid those walls from being open. Nobles have read this perfectly. They've gone, yeah, Kira countering a high progression by battering down the hatches. That gives us breathing room to actually gain map control. Let's take classic utility and let's just play some good old-fashioned Siege here.
Absolutely. And again, now this is going to be a case of, things in like theory coming into practicality. As both of us, Grace, we have talked about this old school style, getting the hard breachers in, having the Thatcher present, getting rid of any of those mute jammers, bandit batteries, and then breaching forward. All of that said is well and good, but actually, how lethal is it going to be? Let's see this Lexiclaw from Coffee. I think one of the Selmas just managed to break through that reinforcement, so it's going to be a little bit of an angle that Nobles have built for themselves, but kills are still yet to happen. For two teams who are so adamant of getting rid of each other and remembering how Clubhouse went, to see half of the action phase be used up without a single player being taken off the board is a huge setback and is quite different to what we are used to. So right now, Nobles are still looking for that entry. Lone Soldier may just have found that but he narrowly misses.
To a bit of a whiff there down via laundry with some of that util, but easy on the additional flank from underneath. I don't think anyone is going to be aware of it. Again, if this pressure starts being applied, they're really going to be distracted by that laundry hatch. So if Easy gets an edgeway into kitchen, again, potentially a bit of the aggressive play there from the side of Nobles if that does happen. But again, the distraction that's happening on both sides elsewhere, this could give so much breathing room to Easy to just go for that aggressive entry. Sky Guardian, however, taking out Def Amar. There we go. Coffee trades it back onto Pure Risky. So already it's getting a little bit scrappy, and this is where the distraction starts to go down. Look at that. Amphav is facing entirely towards Laundry. This is what I'm talking about. If Easy goes for it now, this could be whopper.
It absolutely could be. Verticality favors Kira Esports as Vortex is watching that hatch. So on towards Laundry. If any attacker dares to enter, they will be met with heavy gunfire. Vortex doesn't need to find that kill, but Easy, like you had said, is going to go berserk. He wants that. He's paired up alongside Lone Soldier. 3 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be the Ace who secures the final kill, and Nobles who do indeed secure the lead.
Potentially may have given an extra edge there to Nobles is if they had, maybe a bit of a Selma go onto that laundry wall. Again, it was kind of held off a little bit, but even then maybe go onto that memo wall, try and sneak in, try and sneak around, open a memo. You don't even have to contest it, just open it up. It's an additional pressure because Kira are going to be constantly thinking, okay, are they actually going to peek us from here? We need to pull back properly now. And again, that prevents any kind of flank through that little kind of like a bike wall. It's like that soft wall on the staircase. So again, it could have given an additional entryway into Memo for the side of Nobles. But again, played perfectly. They waited to get into position. Easy waited so patiently. I knew I love it when you see things kind of come through like that. You see the setup going and you're like, are they actually going to do this? And they did. Nobles, the distraction worked perfectly. They go for the fights, they go for that scrappy engagement. The Easy of that second dimension is just able to come in. Anything that Amphav could have done to shut it down, he was ready and waiting between the two sides. He was ready and waiting to go for those trades, but Easy was just there, cleaned up shop. Good stuff there from the side of Nobles. Again, Kira, this is where things start to get maybe a bit interesting. Kira did a really good job of counter-stratting that before, but now Nobles are being a bit more sensible with it. This is going to start to get a lot closer, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I think overtime can be called a rational possibility
100%.
purely because of the fact
100%.
that, Aviator games and then again Trophy and Statuary are the two strong suits of Kira. Like, Nobles just didn't have any way to counter these bomb sites. So Kira may be able to get match point, but again, if Nobles are to have their way with things, Kira wouldn't dare stand a chance, and this is where they have to be careful. Vortex, he's had a lot more of a quieter time in this map compared to the previous one, and as Jaeger as well, he's the first one to be dispatched. There is another defender in close proximity, and that's going to be Dethammer also eliminated. Kira Esports fall back retreat. They have spent not much time, but a huge chunk of their manpower trying to get rid of these attackers, and it has backfired. So the only thing they can do right now is backpedal. Don't take these gunfights. But no, they still want to. That's the third for Lone Soldier. And again, he's just standing up to his name right now. He wants to be lone player, getting rid of the entire opposition. And seems like Nobles will have their way with things. That's a 4K for the Jackal.
Isn't it frustrating? Isn't it? Why are they pushing that? Please do not. It's now a 1-4. There we go. Before I even get my words out, a flawless round for Nobles. 100%. You were on the mark there, CCV. Why did they have to push it? You know, you're at the disadvantage. You don't have to be aggro at that point. Why would you mix up what was actually working for you? You know, the aggression down that 90, trying to contest that. You had so much utility there to work with. Consider it. You know, Malusi, Capcan, and smoke, you're still on the board. All your utility is out apart from the smoke canisters, of course. But the smoke canisters were starting to go out. That was delaying the push from Statue. You have cap cans somewhere. I presume, again, around site somewhere. Malusi's around site somewhere. That would have delayed the time more and more. You just hold those crossfires into games whilst the smoke just delays it with those toxic babes from Zombie. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's so frustrating. This could have been a lot more even right now for Kira if they would have just played a lot more passively. They play so well when they play passive. When they play in these duos, it's just so frustrating. Quality players, but it's just these little mistakes that costs them.
I mean, yeah, you're on the money right there. Kira Esports, you know, I think, I mean, I'm trying to play devil's advocate right here. What they may have tried to do in that situation was they were thinking to themselves, okay guys, our counter strat to Nobles being hyper aggressive worked, and now Nobles are trying to counter us. What if we bring back our initial strategy of, you know, just playing aggressively and trying to connect these gunfights as early as possible, kind of what we were doing on Clubhouse back? Maybe this counters their passive style. I guess that's kind of something that they were trying, but yeah, this trying to outsmart the outsmartation and the opposition and all of this kind of super complex Christopher Nolan kind of play, it more so never works out. You can't really outsmart, you know, you can't counter-strat per se. You just gotta keep on, you know, you just need to keep doing what you're doing already, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Kira Esports tried to once again be very different and tried to be one step forward that Noble's already the step they were taking, but in doing so, they're forgetting that they can trip over, they can lose out on the ground, and yet again, it's Utter to be the first casualty. For so many of these previous rounds, Kira Esports, they are not getting the opening gunfights with their name, and this is just another example of that.
Exactly why you need that presence below as well, just to hold off from those nade picks and that additional pressure onto the site. Of course, we will see how the nade meta can still at times be prevalent. Wall is nice and open now, though, so Selmas have indeed gone out, and Shreesha is going to get down and finish off quite easy. Sky Guardian comes through the pick onto Coffee. Defa Marvo has something to say about it as Vortex goes underneath a potential C4 play about to commence. Here we go, will it land? Most likely it will. There we go, Lone Soldier falling down, a 3 versus 2. But Defa Mar, there we go, the tiniest bit of health. Of course, Sky Guardian is going to take him out. And that plant is going down. Poor Vortex, they've used their C4, so no denial can come from that right right now. They have to hot tail it up Astro's stairs, and this is where the players of Nobles are going to be ready and waiting for them. Could this be it? Will this be a 2-0? Yes, it will! There we go, Nobles. A strong start to their second play day of this groups.
Absolutely quite strong indeed. It's going to be another 7-4 win. So every single matchup that Nobles have played has ended in a 7-4. Now, I'm not saying there's a prophecy here, but it's the perfect situation to be one. But other than that, as for Kira Esports, yet again, they played their hearts out, and for a certain bit, they had everything figured out. It's like when you're cracking a safe and you just have everything ready, and then you open the safe and you got the secrets. That's like what happened to Kira Esports. The perfect concoction of defeating Nobles was in their hands for a couple of those rounds. We did see it quite literally be used when Kira started their flurry of victories time and time again. But sadly, they could not hold on to it. It was not sustainable, and ultimately that led to yet another win for Nobles. The best of 3 closes out, and this is going to be the second BO3 Kira Esports lose without getting even a single map to their name, which means that their chances of qualifying are next to impossible. Maybe, just maybe, but they need a lot to go right for them. I think since Kira Esports lost to MercenarieZ, they would like for 25 to defeat MercenarieZ right now. So for Kira Esports, it's going to be a lot more of 25. Can you do something for me?
I don't even know how to react to that joke, to be honest. But no, that's a really good point. Like,
Yeah.
For this matchup especially, Nobles now have the chance to still go for that revenge arc against 25 again.
Potentially.
We did mention this, in the Saudi E-League, a lot of kerfuffles happened between those two when Nobles got 2-0'd the other day. Nobles got 2-0'd again. They want to be eyes on the prize next time they go up against 25 if they have the opportunity to do so. Let's see the map summary though. Again, that's going to really give us the overhead of how that went. A very interesting map in terms of the constant back and forth, the constant adaptations. I love the fact that both teams choose to use their timeout, and we instantly saw the adaptation come through very strong. It was just then towards the end, Kira just went back to, let's just take these gunfights again, which it's a shame really, because they were doing so well just from being a bit more passive and really relying on util. Again, look at these costs on the side of Noble, Sky, and Easy, really above that 70% mark. It's a good going. So again, in terms of how those trades went, you really are looking at those two. But I think that was less to do with trades and more to do with their impactful kills and getting the majority of those kills, to be honest. Because again, it was quite scrappy on both sides, CCV.
It was yet again, both of these teams emulating what happened on Clubhouse, both of these teams really going for that early aggression time and time again. Even if, again, we talk about that brief period where Kira Esports, they took that backseat, they played extremely passively. That's when the first kill was not as much of relevance early on, but then as the time pressure was building on, it became significantly more important as to which team got that frag in their favor. And if we are on the topic of kills, still for the same thing for the side of Kira Esports, some of the players, good performances, Coffee this time standing out, but there were a couple of instances of players just not getting off the mark. In this example, it was Shrisha having 3 kills and 10 deaths after 11 rounds is not the performance your team needs, especially in a match where you need to win. Plain and simple. This may not be a single elimination bracket. This may not be a double elimination bracket. These may be the group stages, but it was extremely necessary for Kira Esports to win the map of Villa, especially after losing Clubhouse. Sadly, they couldn't. So yeah, a lot to be learned for the side of Kira Esports from this point forward. They know that they have the ability, they have the potential to defeat Noble, and they can absolutely wreck them in a match, but it's just about consistency. But if we are talking about consistency, let's talk about some players, more so a player that had the best time in the server overall. Let's see who is going to be shined in the player spotlight.
I'm completely not surprised by that. Easy is insane.
Absolutely.
Let's just put it bluntly. He is absolutely cracked. The high progression, often we see players sometimes where they are aggressive, but it's very silly aggression. It's kind of very unplanned, untimed. Easy always has the timing completely on lock. He's able to secure those 1 or 2 Ks and just lighten the load for his team. And then it's just sharks in the water moment for the rest of them. They just all start to pinch in and apply that pressure. And a really capable entry for the side of Nobles. I've said this all week, and it's really nice to see, of course, them confirm that player spotlight because they do a cracking job. I mean, again, the cost is above 60%, and that's where you really want to be. It's edging towards that 70 and more. I think if they're able to get more speedier with the trades and those start to come through a lot quicker, that will only rise as time goes on. Bring out those 1vx's a little bit more too, but the head-to-head there, I mean, again, it's like that, Coffee did a good job, and we have Coffee. These are two different roles here, right? This is Coffee. Coffee normally plays more of that support role. So the fact that, those costs are pretty similar, it's good on Coffee's end there too. It means that Coffee's able to get impactful kills when it matters. You're the last one standing, but you're able to go for those final, I'm the last one standing. I'm going to scrap this out the best I can. A very good sign indeed for the side of Kira's back, I would say.
Yeah, and a similar situation as well, right, for Coffee, even though he's the support. In this example, what happened probably was some of his teammates, as we had highlighted, maybe not getting off the mark, maybe not getting as many kills as possible, puts the responsibility on the support's shoulders. So it's good to see Coffee still stepping up to the plate and getting those kills if his teammates are falling short of it, and still ensuring the best possible performance for the side of Kira. That's why he was the top fragger. That's why he had the best statistics overall. Sadly, just in general, as a summary, Kira just didn't perform as well compared to Noble, which ultimately means that now, as we have a look at the group standings, Kira will be further and further behind their opposition, now having lost to MercenarieZ and Nobles.
The group standings as it is. Of course, MercenarieZ versus 25 will be going head to head. That's going to be a battle of giants, to be honest. And again, that's really going to start to cement who's going to be there on that kind of tippy top spot, to be honest. Again, whoever wins that is going to go speeding towards the top of the leaderboard and certainly have an advantage going forward in the groups. And again, Kira and Nobles, they've kind of been defeated earlier in the week by their almost, I'm not going to say nemesis, because of course they're all probably friendly with each other, but it's their biggest rivals in this group. And so the fact that Kira, unfortunately, may not get a chance here, depending again on how, that match goes later and depending on how the next day of groups goes, it's all to play for right now. And I think Kira, it's a bit, the pressure's really on for them. They don't want to be at the bottom of the leaderboard. 25 MercenarieZ, they're both going to be absolutely scrapping it out to have that number one spot. You are safe, you are secure, you have the next group day to kind of have a bit of a breather as well. If it does kind of go a bit squiffy for you, you're still knowing roughly you're going to be in that top two spots. So we'll see what happens with that. Again, the race is on CCV.
Oh, it surely is. And right now, from the side of, 25 Esports and MercenarieZ, yeah, you've put the situation exactly as is in front of everyone. The winner of the next best of three that we have coming up very, very shortly is going to be essentially securing first place and a spot in the playoffs, thus securing at the very least a cash prize of $1,000, potentially a whole lot more if they have a stunning performance. But there are going to be multiple stunning performances in front of your screens in just a short bit. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned, as we shall be right back with our second best of three of the day.
We don't talk about nothing no more. Feels like I've been doing way too much, babe. Feels like I've been working through this stuff, babe. Over time, lately it's been getting kind of tough, babe. Feels like I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Fighting for a lost cause, where am I fighting for? I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Say something, something, 'cause we don't talk about nothing no more. No, nothing, nothing. Do you not care about nothing no more? Is it worth you fighting? Do you even want it? Do you feel you need this? Do you even feel it? Fighting for a lost cause, or am I fighting for us? won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Just watch me.
I wanna make it sweat. got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club, Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. I'm your host, Blackjack, back again alongside my co-host, Babagusta, as we are here, folks, to get some SA MENA action going. That is correct. It is day 4, match number 2 of this fantastic tournament that we are bringing to you live to your screens. And the match that we are going to be casting in just a short moment, it is MercenarieZ versus 25 Esports. Let's have a look at the match schedule. And Babagusta, how are we feeling tonight?
Well, I'm feeling good, Jack, but also quite a bit sad, mainly because of the matchup that I saw between Kira versus Nobles Esports. It was 7-4, 7-4, both on Clubhouse and Villa. All in all, in the end, it will be Nobles Esports who will secure the win nonetheless. The second match that I'm very curious to know about is 25 Esports versus MercenarieZ. And talk about MercenarieZ, yes, they've had a lot of ups and downs. They just had their recent defeat up against Nobles Esports. But the biggest question is, can they try to manage to win it out against 25 Esports, or would we get to see 25 Esports make a a dominating performance against them?
Well, we'll simply have to wait and see now, won't we? 25 Esports, they are a formidable force, that is for sure, beating out the Nobles the other day as well in the MENA only match on day 2. Let's have a look at the lineups for both teams, starting off in just a second here with, of course, 25 Esports on your screens right now. You can see these fantastic players: Falcon, Zoldyck, Omer, Mager, and Mad Legend. This is a team that is very much one to watch out for, folks. You do not want to underestimate them, not by a long shot. After all, Nobles were up for a grudge match the other day, and they unfortunately could not cross the finish line. And even today, against the Nobles, Kira Esports fell short. So MercenarieZ, we'll have to see how they fare against this team, 25 Esports, that is just oh so powerful.
Yes, indeed, Jack. And if you take a look at the group standings itself, Nobles is currently on top of the leaderboard, securing one win, one losses, having a total of 3 points. 25 Esports currently in second place. So if they win this matchup up against Team MercenarieZ, they have a higher chances of securing all the way to the top of the leaderboards. And that is if they do win up against MercenarieZ. MercenarieZ, on the other hand, are also facing the same scenario. They're currently having 2 points to the table, as they did recently defeat Kira Esports, and now they're looking to see whether if they could rack up a lot of points to see whether if they could win up against 25 Esports. So once again, line up from the side of Team MercenarieZ: Taha, Ayan, Hasib, MI7, and of course, last but not least, Din. The important lineups for the South Asia region to see whether if they can do what it takes to stay on top of the leaderboards on Group B and make sure that they will at least have a spot in towards the playoffs. But I gotta admit, the teams on the side of MENA region is very thrilling, and the amount of strategies I see is really great. So the only question I have in mind is, do we get to see the same similar action that MercenarieZ has got in stores?
I mean, we'll have to find out in just a short while. After all, time will tell, Baba Gusta, as I say the same to all of our viewers. But Mercenaries, they are 2 points up, and there is still that chance that they could make it through. South Asia, unfortunately, has lost a couple of teams. We'll get to that in just a second. But let's go into the map veto first, folks, and we'll talk about the chances that South Asia has to get into the top four in just a short moment. As you can see, Villa unfortunately gets crossed out. Oregon getting crossed out tonight. Now that is interesting. Theme Park off the board as well. No surprises there. Same with Border. But since a default map is gone, there you have it. Chalet, kind of expected. Bank. The Mercenaries bringing out the big guns tonight. Bank is off the board. Cafe and Clubhouse have been banned. I think that only leaves Skyscraper that we haven't seen so far. That should be the decider map as well. So, folks, we've got ourselves a game and a half right now, as for the first time, I think, in the Invitational, we're getting Bank and potentially Skyscraper. Now, why potentially? It's decider map after all. It might not happen. It might not. At the end of the day, it is hard to tell. But this match is exceptionally important for Mercenaries, and I'll tell you why. KSA Esports has lost 2 matches. They have not won a single
Yep.
map in those 2 matches, so they get no points. Shaheen's 2 matches in Group A, also 2 losses, no maps taken, no points. Take Charge Esports, 2 matches, 1 map taken, 2 losses, 1 point. Unfortunately, both the MENA teams in the first group, Group A that is, have taken 4 points. They are confirmed to go into the top four at this point, and now Mercenaries is pretty much the last hope for South Asia to have a presence in the top four. This is a vital match, and it makes sense why we're seeing Bank from MRCZ. They are not going to be holding anything back here today. Now, if you're wondering, why is it only 4 points to qualify from groups into the top four? Well, each team only gets 3 points, and there's only 2 points to be had from each game. So 3 times 2, that's 6 points total. 4 points, and you're pretty much guaranteed a spot, because 5 points, I don't really think anybody's going to be stuck at 5 points all that often. So, with that said, that leaves Mercenaries in a very precarious position. Say they lose 1 and 2 tonight, they still get to 3 points and are still in the running for top four. However, things get more dicier, because 25 Esports would then have to win against Kira Esports in another match in a couple days from now. And of course, Mercenaries would have to win against the Nobles, which will still be a pretty difficult thing to do. If there's one thing that us South Asian casters have learned over the course of this Invitational, is that the MENA teams, they are absolutely teams to be feared. They are top class, and they are here to win. It is very clear that they are holding nothing back, or at least most of nothing back. With that said, let's have a look at the order at which these maps will be played, and that, of course, will dictate a lot. There you have it. We're going Chalet first, Bank second, Decider, of course, as we discussed, Skyscraper. Now, this is interesting, because if we look at my map data that I have right now, on Chalet, 25 Esports is actually going defense first. So that, well, it's not actually their decision. It's Mercenaries who chose to go attack first. Again, 25 Esports got the side map pick, and Mercenaries gets the side pick. So we have Mercenaries choosing to go attack first, which means they want that attacker-sided Chalet advantage, no matter how slim it is, so to speak, and then go into the defense with a big advantage. Against 25, though, I don't know if that's going to be all too possible.
And talk about map chalet, what we usually call it as an attacker favored map. Sometimes we do see, teams in the MENA region prove us wrong, and we do see them win a lot of defensive rounds, mainly because of how, where we do kind of see lack of coordination from the attack side. But seeing Mercenaries pick the map of Bank, and the decider being on Skyscraper really kind of feels like Mercenaries have something. They've trying to, hide in a way that 25 esports have no idea what they're trying to go up against, so they have to be careful when it comes to those map picks. 25, on the other hand, they did pick map chalet nonetheless, so they'll be going on defense first. So the main problem of the site, it has to be on first floor bar and gaming room, mainly because it favors a lot for the attackers. And defenders, on the other hand, if they start losing a lot of, ground control, like the mezzanine hallway, then next thing you know, the attackers gets the upper hand, especially if they have a lot of time, get control on the site, and next thing you know, the attackers won't be having enough problems on securing the site itself. But let's take a look at the match itself, because at this point I'm just making a
Oh,
prediction. So
yes.
all in all, let's find out and see whether if map Chalet would favor on Team Mercenaries, or would it favor for Team 25 Esports. Starting off with the ban phase, I'm pretty sure that 25 Esports would go in with some important bans, maybe a Twitch ban, or maybe we could see an OSA ban, but instead we see a Blackbeard ban. Huh?
Or, huh?
Huh? I
Huh.
did
No.
April
I need to
Fools
think about
came
this for
early today or
just a
something, but
second.
uh,
No. I think there's a good reason for it. We'll get to that in a moment. Thatcher has been banned in the meanwhile, a bit more of a standard ban from Mercenaries. Interestingly enough, they are not going to be going for anything too specific in the attacking side of things. However, that Blackbeard ban, now that's interesting, but I feel like there's a good reason for it. Chalet is a map with a lot of windows, right? And a lot of areas
yeah.
that Blackbeard can take cover behind, especially with his rifle shield. Sure, it breaks in one bullet, and he has two of them, so that's two extra bullets that he can survive. But those two bullets are pivotal, because if you don't kill him in very short instances, like very quick gunfights, basically he will take you down. Blackbeard loves the longer gunfights, longer ranges as well with his DMR. So with all that said, I can kind of see why the Blackbeard ban would happen, given how good he is at holding down windows, holding down cross angles. Take a couple of examples here. The biggest one that I can think of: second floor master bedroom, and you have that big window, right, that looks over
Yeah.
from bedroom into the bathroom hall, into piano hallway that goes into bathroom. That's a big rotation, right? In and out of piano, in and out of closet, in and out of bathroom, and that can be closed down by a
Defenders,
Blackbeard
protect your
with next
bombs
to
from being
no
defused by
problems,
attackers.
which is huge, right? That's a
Bomb
huge
located
area
by
to take
attackers.
control of. You also have windows, like for instance the window inside of the gaming room right there, right, overlooking the wall that is usually broken open into bar room. You can even look into the extensions made inside of the pantry hallway. You've also got the upstairs library window as well that Blackbeard can take control of. Trophy window, for instance. There's a lot of windows in this map, and there's a lot of areas that Blackbeard can be very useful in. Now, we didn't talk about the defender bans, unfortunately. Apologies for that, folks. You have the Azami, of course, no real surprises there. Portable cover that is about as strong as Castle's barricades, and yet she gets, what, 4 or 5 kunai knives? Knives worth of those barricades. And on top of that, she is able to just put them up wherever. That is a very strong operator, if you ask me, and that's why she'll be getting banned tonight. And of course, you have the Mira. No real surprises there once again. One-way Black Mirror is too strong, but wait a minute, something else is happening here. Lots of gunfights, as we've got multiple drops already, as Mercenaries, I think, attempted a rush into the site from the big window inside a games room. Unfortunately, not quite working out the way they would have liked, as Omer and Mager have found ways to shut them down. Zoldyck and Falcon also getting one each, as that has pretty much pumped the brakes on this attempted rush. Din and MI7 were the only ones to find 3 kills for MRCZ. It's a 2v2 right now, as, well, actually, excuse me, it is a 1v2 right now. Ayan is the last one standing and walks into the hallway, and Mager will actually clean up the kill that the Jaeger was not able to quite cleanly get, as it were. Interesting decision by MRCZ to attempt to rush onto Bar Gaming, but 25 Esports hold it off, and they weather the storm as they take the first round.
That was quick.
You're telling me.
My goodness, that was. Are we in round 2?
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, we're about to be.
Whew. Okay, I just. I don't know what to say at this point. I mean, first things first, a rush is always unexpected in the first round. And then second, 25 Esports instantly just flips their switch and manages to defend the site. 1v2, they managed to secure the round. Now, MRCZ, I'm pretty sure that they've taken a pause to try to understand what exactly went wrong because, my God, that round just went. I don't know. I don't know.
I understand the. No, no,
Okay,
I get it, Bob. I get it. It took me a second to understand as well because when I saw the kill feed, right, I saw
uh-huh.
two attackers getting downed, and I was like, yeah, I mean, this is standard, right? Probably, 25 first went for some sort of peak, and like multiple of them went for peaks, and one of it paid off. But then you had the third, and then you had a defender fall, and then another attacker fall, and it just quickly dawned on me that wait a minute, this is a rush. MRCC tried it. They actually tried it round one. Unfortunately, well, we saw the results of that, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. And also, I just realized I think 25 Esports have done homework when they saw a matchup between MercenarieZ and Kira Esports because at that time, you saw Hasi pick off meta operators like Blackbeard. You almost see him, bring out the Frost, the Capcan on defense. I kind of feel like 25 Esports tried to, understand exactly what MRCC is trying to do, and maybe it's more of like a targeted ban from the side of 25 esports, just forcing the side of mercenaries to go in for just the meta operators. It's kind of like playing the game to ensure that if they play in accordingly to meta wise, then 25 esports can at least find some weak points around it and try to exploit it. That's what my guess is at the moment, but I'm not pretty sure exactly what it could be. But yeah, when I saw the first round just disappear right in front of my eyes, I was like, uh, I just don't know. I was just so surprised at that moment. But yeah, all in
Mm-hmm.
all, round number two will come back. 25 esports will secure that defensive round without a. I mean, you could say there was a bit of a hiccup. It did went all the way to a 2v2, but I still got to applaud 25 esports, especially denying a rush in round number one, where most of the players would not even expect a rush to to come in, especially on towards the side of bar window. But somehow
Hmm.
they managed to pull it off, and they did ended up winning the first round of defense nonetheless. Now here comes the second
It's
problem. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
No, what I'm saying is like it's interesting that you say that, right?
Hmm.
Because 25 Esports, I feel like they didn't actually expect a rush, right? The number of bodies
Uh-huh.
they lost and how quickly, like, it almost seemed like mercenaries were able to keep up with the bodies that were being lost by taking, bodies off of 25 Esports, by taking kills off of them as well. Unfortunately, where I think MRCZ lost the plot is that the rush, I mean, I get it. The rush is meant to be everybody storms in through one particular side of the building, right? But I
Hmm.
feel like if at least one player had broken off and gone into like mudroom or even spawned on the other side of the map and gone towards the main door, that would have been enough of a distraction, as it were, to then turn things around in that round. Potentially, maybe a little bit of better planning. I think like they would have actually been able to completely catch Nerfy Sports off guard, but they didn't. That's basically what I wanted to like add there, is that I think they did catch 25 Esports off guard. Just
Hmm.
unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
I see. Well, the main thing about first floor bar and gaming room always have to be control on second floor, right? Because mainly the defenders usually have the advantage of verticality. So once MRCZ made their aggressive push, you always need to worry about the players playing from upstairs, and that is towards second floor library, where one of the players, I believe it was either Omar or Mahagir, who did ended up securing, or I wouldn't say secure, I would say more of like a recovery all the way back from a 4v3 into a 2v1 situation. So I've got to admit, for MRCZ, if it was a rush, we can't speculate more at this point. But we just have to, wait and watch and see exactly what's going to happen on round number two. Second floor, master bedroom slash office will be the site since they've secured bar and gaming room. You still have second floor site. You still have basement snowmobile garage, which has been picked very rarely. but we do see, teams in the MENA region pick basements, mobile garage, sites quite a lot, and they did ended up securing a round win on defense a lot, which is less compared to the teams in the South Asia region, because whenever I see, SA versus SA team go on a site like Basement Snowmobile Garage, usually we'd see the, attackers winning most of their rounds, except one team. It was Take Charge Esports who did ended up winning the Basement Snowmobile Garage. But yeah, we really do get to see that map being we really do get to see that site being brought up. So usually it's either second floor master bedroom slash office or on first floor kitchen slash cooking. So we do have to apologize for a lot of delays that's been caused. MRCZ, unfortunately, especially Hasib, had a bit of an issue, so he had to fix it. So the fix has been done, already has been confirmed,
technical
and now
difficulties,
we
the
will.
usual
Yeah,
stuff.
it's just the usual, folks. Again, we do have to apologize for that, but we're back. We're going to resume round number 2. Site will be second floor, with 25 Esports securing their first round of defense.
Round 1 to 25 Esports, and we are now back into round number 2. We're going to bedroom and office in the second floor. Understandably so, this is, after all, Chalet's best defender site, as some, if not, if not most, would say. Excuse me right there. But we're looking at a couple of interesting picks here. You've got Magar on the Mozzie, and it looks like, my friend here over wants to go for a spawn peek, might actually find one. There's the Ash, but no, Hasib, quicker on the trigger, gets the kill, and that is a big drop. Magar got a triple kill in the first round, but wait a minute, Falcon on the same window. That's a double peek, and I don't think anybody expected that one. Hasib goes down because Omer peeks now all the way from West Main Stairs landing window, and that is 2 MRCZ players already down, and they are very important players as well. Ion the Iana, I mean, we've already stated how important that operator is. Alongside Hasib the Ash, Hasib going down is not the best move, not the best situation to be in. Shots fired again. Valentino will find himself on the floor and gets taken care of. Din is to take that first kill. However, there's going to be more shots fired. Omer taking damage right now, as the Wamai has to be a bit more careful about where he positions himself. And in the meanwhile, we have more peaks. Wow, they really are peeking off his balcony. Something fierce, aren't they? Taha coming up the back in the meanwhile, inside a library, has a couple of angles to work with, but has to be careful because those angles are, of course, two-way streets. Zoldyck setting up a rotate in the meanwhile, and Omer goes down. Taha with the double. It's a 1v3 now. Zoldyck, the last one standing, needs to find one, pre-fires and gives away his position. Still finds the head. Beautiful shot onto Din, and unfortunately can't quite find or figure out where the twitch is coming from, as MI7 came up the back, actually, up library stairs, solarium stairs, I should say, and got that kill. That was a good, back. It's not technically a backstab, but it was a good flank almost from MRCZ's side. They needed that to be able to put themselves in a bit of an advantage. Good stuff from them. They will take the second round, and we are off to a very good start.
Yes, indeed, Jack. 1-2-1. Now the site that 25 Esports is going to be defending will be the same, I believe. Second floor master bedroom slash office. But I've got to say, 25 Esports, they were so aggressive. The amount of aggressiveness that I saw when Hasib started things off with an early peak. You saw one player on main entrance window, another from a different side of window, ending up taking 2 kills, which meant that 2 of the players were playing in towards the roam. So MRCZ decided, you know what, since both of the players are currently roaming around, then that means the site is vulnerable. So maybe if we pressure a lot in towards the site, maybe we could figure out a way to eliminate a player or 2. And they did that. That's the main reason why 25 Esports decides to, go on the aggressive. They didn't want the entire Blue Stairs hallways to go at the hands of MRCZ, especially in the half rounds, because if they did, they would lose control, and that's exactly what happened. Taha ended up securing those 2 kills. They pushed in towards the side. Next thing you know, Solarium Stairs was uncontested. The flank was there, and next thing you know, MRCZ had total control in that situation. So I've got to admit, 25 Esports, the pressure was good, the aggression was also good as well. But once they're starting losing a lot of bodies, and once again, Hasib starting things off with yet another early kill. It's not a DBNO state just yet, but it's now confirmed. 5v4 or 4v4 as Valentino secures then. But if you talk about it, it's a confirmed kill nonetheless. Drop down will be made, but Hasib will secure the kill nonetheless, securing a double kill in a 4v3 situation.
Those are two pretty good kills as well. Omar and Falcon, very good players in their own right. And again, this aggression and out-of-sight roaming tendency that 25 Esports have, it seems like MRCZ are starting to play into that a little bit. As attackers, they're doing an interesting thing where they're not actually aggressively peeking everything. If anything, they're, opening up these angles and windows and then waiting for the defenders to peek them. But it doesn't quite work all the time. Maga will find one as Taha is gonna fall, but Ayan gets the refrag. Oh dear me, unaware of where Zoldyck was, gets taken down. That's now a 2v2, mind you, and both sides have the body count equalized. Where is MI7 going? All the way down in the basement that we just saw. Coming up the blue stairs, position given away thanks to the proxy alarm on the mid landing. As a smoke grenade will be tossed up. That is an attempt at blocking off Lines' sight up here, but not quite. Oryx has a good one just waiting. Position given away. Drone comes in. The door currently smoked off. Hasib wants to look for a longer angle, somewhere to challenge a bit more safely. There isn't quite anything like that. Gets rid of the black eye camera. And looks like Zoldyck and Valentino are going to take a leaf out of the defender's book and just stay in the sight for now. Half wall's going to be broken open. That's a point of entry for the Ash. Well, actually, no, that's not where that Ash charge went. There goes the first Vulcan. There goes a second. That's 20 seconds each of time wasted as the Twitch is going to just skate around that wall that Hasib has just opened, trying to potentially get in. Wait, did Hasib walk in? No, might have gone into the balcony. Yes, that's the Twitch actually who did that. And Zoldyck gets one, takes a ton of damage right now. Valentino's watching from an angle in bedroom, gets the kill. Hasib to fall. It was a great attempt again by MRCZ, but 25 Esports pretty much changed it up, in the middle of the round, going from hyper aggressive to almost ultra passive with Zoldyck and Valentino staying in the side the entire round.
Yep. Even if you change the Goyo's Vulcan shield from a deployable shield to just the Vulcan itself, but yeah, this really shows how powerful of an operator Goyo is. 20 seconds denial, and knowing that it's a major disadvantage, the attackers already having the control of the hallways, all they had to do was just waste time, and evidently so they did. They were patiently waiting for the timer to reach down at 30 seconds, and once it ticked down to 30, you saw them detonate those the Vulcans from the Goyos. Next thing you know, MRCZ had no other options but to wait. Turns out they didn't had enough amount of time left, and once they made a push, no info, they secured the kill. It's just the usual stuff that we've seen. So 25 Esports, although on the early rounds we see them go a lot aggressive by trying to go in for those window peaks. Sometimes they do secure one kill, sometimes they do not. And usually it's Hasib who always shuts down these, aggressive spawn picks. So 25 Esports, they really need to be careful about going aggressive in the early rounds. Try to conserve those aggressiveness and mainly try to put it in main rounds. I mean, mainly in mid rounds, in a way that they could at least try to counter the methods that MRCZ are going for. So Hasib, the man who's been securing a lot of early kills, this time he won't be able to get one as of now. Or is he though? Almost secures the headshot, but won't be able to get the kill nonetheless. So Omar is definitely going to be lucky, but this time he still wants to go for it. And that too, it's a jiggle peek. Not quite sure that jiggle peek would catch them off guard. And just like that, Omar goes down at the hands of Den. And Valentino really needs to be careful about this.
Two angles. He's basically pinched in right now. Valentino trying to get down the hatch to escape and will just about do so. Gets down and is now watching for anybody to drop down off the balcony. Falcon taking damage in the meanwhile, unfortunately, as the Capcan has to be careful about this, who falls back from that forward position that they were taking. Mager C4 in hand, halfway down blue stairs. Got to be careful. There's somebody up there, but that is a Gemini. As other shots are fired, Zoldyck catching Din a little bit, firing up through the floorboards, trying to get one. As a lot of things have happened. There goes the C4. That's Aeon. That's your Flores actually taken care of. Hasib's the one on the Iana this time. Almost had the operator wrong there. Valentino finds well. Okay, Diana does go down nonetheless. That's 2 now. And immediately, 25 Esports have turned the tides and made the body count advantage their own. Falcon from the back. The Twitch is unaware. Gets one. Falcon with 2. And that has made it a 1v4. Taha, the last one, caught outside of the site.
Man, that was so risky from Falcon. Sol Taha now 1v3. He won't be able to secure it because Valentino is here for the trade. My goodness, Falcon. He was out in the open. He wasn't supposed to be peeking like that. I mean, look at this. He just peeks around and ends up getting 2. He was unaware, you know?
Yeah, that's the thing. Falcon
Like,
going
it's the
for that
most
flank
unexpected
was
peaks you would expect, right? Yeah.
No, but that's the thing, right? At that point, it's already the mid-round, and that is a mid-round flank if you really squint, right? Not even squint, it is. And that was a very smart idea by Falcon, because guess what? By doing that, Falcon basically ensured that even if MRCZ gets some sort of ground on second floor, going into the mid-round, it will be contested. That's the point that 25 Esports of their playstyle right now. They are contesting. They are always making sure that MRCZ are never comfortable. They never hit their stride. And this kind of playstyle is exactly what 25 Esports excels at. They hit their stride like this. And MRCZ, unfortunately, are not able to keep up.
Yeah. Being at an unexpected position is definitely what, caught MercenarieZ off guard. Because usually you'd see a defender mainly, trying to establish a very pixel peak angle from the doorways, but you never see them all the way towards the door side. I mean, I wouldn't say the door side, all the way towards the hallway. And getting away with 2 kills like that is very risky to do so because he's out in the open. He doesn't have any cover. And Falcon, he just patiently waits for them to just get caught from the trap, and he just ends up getting 2 of those important kills. My god. CZ, oh boy, this is definitely going to hurt them a lot, especially in round number 5 because they're already 2 rounds up. Now with Basement Snowmobile Garage being the site, you see the breach been happening from the side of MercenarieZ, especially the thermite exothermic charge. The Kebi will be brought out too. This is looking good, mainly because of how much information that they can gain. But turns out the defenders don't have any defenders with intel operators, so they can only rely on their ringtones. So for the defenders, they really got to be careful about that. Since mute isn't available, they only have the option to just let it ring or just shut it off. So C4s will be present. Not a single drone has been hacked from Mahagir's end, but you still need to be careful of those EDDs because if one of the players from MercenarieZ gets caught from those traps, then it's going to be difficult to challenge those 1v1 gunfights.
Oh, absolutely. Mahagir is in a good position right now and looking for more right now, prowling on the first floor, slowly getting close. Falcon, ooh, C4, but unfortunately misses the opportunity to get the buck. Hasib coming down. Falcon has to be so careful about this. Do not make a sound. Sees Hasib, and there you go. Hasib barely had just enough time to see the fact that Falcon was there to begin with. Blows up the C4, giving away the idea of the fact that the, Capcan's going back down, but Mahagir falls in the other side. Taha getting that kill on the Mozzie. 1 for 1 right now. It is a trade, and Din really wants to find this Capcan, but has to be careful because, as we know, 25 Esports will challenge MI7, taking damage from that vert angle that they just made. Mind you, Falcon and Omer are actually low, kind of low on HP, as at the same time, MI7 and Taha's at half, but MI7 is very low. Oh dear me, Falcon's position is about to be given away. Oh, no, wait a minute! He couldn't find the Sophie in time. Ion came around and saved Din's behind. Oh my goodness. But wait, Zoldyck with 1. Can't get the second though, as he's immediately traded out. Well, actually no, still DBNO. Okay, there you go. But wait a minute, time is of the essence here. Breach coming off. In the meanwhile, on the backside, there you have one's position given away. Omer trying to do two things at once as Valentino watches that newly made breach. The Legion goes down as MI7 swings. Valentino finds one, but cannot stop the plant and cannot stop MI7 from shutting down, well, the final defender. It is what it is. The Legion had a great position, but tried to contest the breach when the Twitch probably was a bit more important in that moment. But that's the thing, moment-to-moment decisions, those slip-ups are what end up in round wins or losses. Unfortunately for 25 Esports, they couldn't quite make it, 4-1, but they can still make it 4-2. Going into the 6th round, they are still defense first. Let me remind all of our viewers, Chalet is considered ever so slightly an attacker-sided map. So they're going to be going into attack after this, and MRCZ is probably going to have a pretty hard time. But I will give credit where credit is due. MRCZ is playing really nicely tonight.
Yes, they have. Especially the impactful plays that we've seen from Taha and MI7. And let's not forget Hasib's, expert marksmanship on his initial kills. Definitely forced 25 Esports to revert back their aggressive playstyle and decide to go in for a slow and methodical one, maybe trying to set up traps, establishing vertical lines of sight, but the counters are present from MRCC. They're trying to figure out a way to get the opening, and once they succeed, they head in for the push, but they still got to be careful on those cheeky angles where Falcon loves being in those unexpected positioning. So MRCZ have to be careful on that one particular player, Falcon, because if they get caught off guard just like they did on round number 4, then things might not look well in their favor. Valentino once again an attempt of a spawn peek all the way to a second for master bedroom. He's not going to find anything as of now. EDDs will be planted nonetheless from Falcon. All of the traps set and laid, and the best part about it is that MRCZ have secured all of them. Not a single explosion did we hear from the EDDs in the previous round. Shows that MRCZ has total control when it comes to their information game, and also MI7 doing his job with the shock drones.
That's the thing, right? That Twitch is so important right now, especially given that there's a Capcan, there's a Melusi, there's Valkyrie, there's Goyo. So many things that the Twitch can take care of, but Hasib's going to take care of one other thing, and that is an operator. Mager will fall. Huge drop right there, as we're going to have another logic bomb going off. Hasib, in the meanwhile, falling, and Omer will be the one to take that kill. I feel like there was an impact zone, because the amount of life Hasib lost in one go was quite large. Ion taking damage. In the meanwhile, they're looking for a jump out. Falcon and Valentino right now, but that little, tap on the window is heard. So Falcon's gonna just wait a little bit. Valentino peeking the mid window of Piano, but shots are fired elsewhere, and he has to fall back. Zoldiak finds Ion in the meanwhile, excuse me. Falcon jumps out, doesn't find anything, but still, oh, beautiful shot by Taha. That's one more down, 3v3. As we have other operators that were still outside the site falling in. They need to hold us down. Wait a minute, is there going to be a jump out? I don't know if that's a good idea, but Omer finds one on the window anyway. It's smoked off, and they're in. There goes MI7 finding Valentino. It is all now up to this last player. Shots fired. Omer looking for a kill. Has the smoke in front of him. Is going to decide to go through it, but there's two operators peeking him, and MI7 gets the kill. MI7 really has been the linchpin in a lot of these rounds right now, and it is proving to be a very good decision for him to be playing the way he is, as MRCZ equal it out 3-3. But here's the kicker, folks. It's round 7. It's the second half, and MRCZ are going on the defense. 25 Esports are going on the attack.
Lots of changes that we've seen from the operator specs itself. Oryx being brought out, Frost from Hasib. Hasib loves playing the Frost at this point. Always, but most of his traps usually end up securing a lot of kills from his end. And 25 Esports, some minor changes will be made, especially from Omar. Changing from the Fuse to the Flores. Especially you'd need a Flores explosive drone to destroy those important deployable shields. But since they don't have Mute to be brought out, even though Mute is still open for both the teams, we didn't get to see Mute being brought out from 25 Esports on defense. Neither the same do we see from MercenarieZ too. So I'm quite interested to see that they are going more of like sort of a trap slash roam based setup. You know, you have the alibi, you even have the oryx, which is in fact a versatile roamer. You could, just climb from hatches instead of going all the way towards the stairs to access second floor. So a real great operator at that, and has the power of demolishing an entire soft wall, or maybe concussing one of the shield players if one of the attackers has one at this point. But when it comes to meta wise, we don't see a lot of that. We don't see a lot of shield operators like Blitz or Mountains being brought out on attack. But wait a minute, Hasib, does he know Ash's whereabouts? No, he does not. But Valentino will secure the kill nonetheless, while Hasib will go in with the refrag nonetheless. Huge damage has been dealt because that is the Kaid. Electroclaw has been placed, but that C4 could have been very important for MRCZ for those denials.
Absolutely. As in the meanwhile, we have the drones being sent in. Ayan's position is now given away, and this alibi is about to face a whole heaping helping of trouble, as shots have already been fired from west main stairs window, or west main landing window, I guess you could call it. There is an attacker above the alibi as well. Plenty of angles to watch out for. Margar will jump in. Ayan hears that. One doesn't know, however, if there's going to be somebody on the other side. There's a grenade incoming, and it goes straight to Ayan, finds him, and that's one more of the board. That's a dangerous player as well. Ayan and the alibi on the roam has proven to be very successful historically, but not tonight. That's 2 down and only 1 attacker. That's Valentino the Ash, who was looking to just get in, cause a bit of trouble, and get out. Margar looking for the electric claw on the first floor, finds it, and that is now another one taken down. But wait, then coming from second floor, so is Taha. This could be huge. Shots are fired. Margar taking damage as Hasib in the side holds them off for as long as he can. He's the only one in here, and I don't think 25 Esports have realized that just yet, as here we go. Shots are fired. Taha gets the ying, even though the candelas go off. Falcon will still fall. Margar is was very unsure about entering the side, but Taha comes in, gets one. Oh, Bailiff's out. That's 2. Omer in a 1v1 now, finding the first kill. Taha has the breach to his advantage. All he's got to do is play it safely. There you go. Gets the kill. Omer will fall, and MRCZ will take the lead, making it 4-3.
And a shaky start, mainly because of 2 important players, MI7 and Ayan. Both of them were down, but luckily Taha was there to save the day, dropping down from the hatch. Important trade out. Next thing you know, winning that important 1v1s, secure the round win on defense. Such a chaotic round on Basement Snowmobile Garage. Now here comes the biggest problem. Second floor master bedroom. This will be a toughest side for MRCZ to be defending, because 25 Esports, they usually have good control on momentum. It mainly has to do with those important players like Ayan, MI7, or you could say Hasib, who's been dealing a lot of damage lately to the opposition side. But the main cause of the problem has to be Taha. 10 kills from this man right here. 10 kills, and 25 Esports, even though there are so many opportunities that they've had, they could not capitalize it. I've got to say, MRCZ, they are giving a big fight up against 25 Esports. 7 kills to Mahagir, 6 kills to both Zoldyck and Valentino. Now with the action phase coming into play, second floor side, I'm curious to know exactly what kind of strategies does MRCZ has up in stores.
That is the question, isn't it? What are the MRCZ strategies going into this next round? As we've got the drones, 25 Esports have put down quite a few across the map and are trying to get intel on wherever they possibly can. Omer could have got a wallbang there had the Wamai walked just 1 step forward. Taha doesn't even, I don't think, to be fair, Taha probably knows how close he came to losing his head there. Still, it is what it is. Library or lower gaming room. First floor gaming room will be taken control of by the Zofia as Falcon slowly approaches the main stairs, the hallway stairs, so to speak, or the main lobby stairs, depending on what you want to call it. And in the meanwhile, there's a couple of things I do want to talk about. The fact that 25 Esports on the defense never used mute. Taha taking a bit of damage in the other side, really watching this vertical angle, trying his hardest to take care of whoever's playing him from below. But wait a minute, Valentino finds one, Marker goes down, that's Din with another. No. Omar's approach is seen, but in the meanwhile, Valentino gets Din. Ion gets to take care of Valentino. Grenade's about to be popped as it's thrown in towards the closet, but no dividend just yet. MI7 is still down below. Could go for a good flank right about now. Up the main lobby stairs. Zotac has got the breach open. Falcon's trying to get in, but has to be careful of every angle. And Aeon comes in, takes advantage of that momentary lapse of judgment, and gets that player. Having a bit of trouble right now, as they seem to be struggling just a little bit. 2v3. Zotac and Omar are very capable players in their own right, and yet they need something to go their way right now. They need this round to go their way, as MercenarieZ being a round up already. Wait a minute. That's a Pogmat. Zodac's on the floor. And Omar is now in a 1v3. Can't even revive his teammate as it's being watched. And the breach being open makes this so much harder. Grenade is tossed. Hasib confirms onto Zotac. That's one down. And Omar is the last one standing. Smoke gas grenade is tossed in. He breathes in a little bit of that toxic fume, but peeks out anyway. Gets one. That's a big kill nonetheless. Ion to fall. What does he want to do here? Does he want to pick up the diffuser? No, he's going straight in. It's all for the picks right now, as Omar realizes even if he goes for the plant, it's there. It's most... Unfortunately, he doesn't get the kills either. As MI7 playing around the bomb chassis finishes off the final player. All right, then. MercenarieZ, they are slowly walking away with this game right now, 5-3, and we are seeing a very interesting turn of events here, as MercenarieZ have shown up strong tonight.
And you could see that in round number 8 itself. The contesting angles, the challenging duels that 25 Esports are trying to equalize it as best as they can, but they're too overrun, or should I say, they just got overpowered by either Taha or Din, who's been so consistent at their shots. And this definitely has to be a concerning moment for 25 Esports. MercenarieZ, they're known to be the best teams in the SA region. And now competing against a team like 25 Esports, that has definitely got to be a challenge. And let's not forget, this map is picked by 25 Esports, which means that map number 2 could go in favor for MercenarieZ if things go well in their favor. But just like I said, especially in the group standings, we saw MercenarieZ securing only 1 point. Actually, they've secured 2 points since they defeated Kira Esports. And now securing a win against 25 Esports will definitely be a huge boon for them, and also having a higher chances to be securing in the playoffs. 25 Esports also have the same goal, making sure that they also have a chance to be in the playoffs as well and try to get their revenge match up against Team Nobles. So a lot of things happening around. Ayan decides to go very aggressive. He'll be able to try to at least get some information, but doesn't get the proper positioning of any attackers whatsoever. So information will be given from the cardiac sensors from Din. So he's trying to help Ayan into knowing whether if one of the players is upstairs or not. Because if it is, he could go in for the usual wall bang, or should I say just a pre-fire to ensure a kill or two. But apparently they've been contesting on board into a second floor, and Mahagir, he was unaware. Actually, MI7 was unaware of Mahagir's position. He will be taken out, and next thing you know, that's exactly what they need. Early kill, MI7's gone, and now it's up to the rest of the 4 players to see whether if they can bring this back with Ayan taking out Mahagir.
That's a big drop right there, and that is the trade that they needed. In the meanwhile, Ayan gets taken out as Omar finds a kill. Falcon taking a bit of damage as shots are fired towards the Zofia, and that is going to be the drone that's sent out to get the intel on who had the bright idea to shoot at an active player on the garage stairs right now. Din's position given away, so is the Oryx's, as they are both peeking the front side. Hasib finds Omar. That's one more down. Taha, unfortunately, couldn't quite get the kill as they were, just unfortunately clogged up by the bomb chassis. Taha in the sight, unfortunately, can't quite do much in there. It's all up to Hasib with this one lone Malusi, who, mind you, I do believe is a 3 armor 1 speed now. So that's a lot of noise that Hasib is making at this moment. So his position is going to be given away pretty quickly. There are drones as well. Valentine's going to go around to watch the front stairs and should find the Malusi. There you go. 25 Esports, they needed to clap back after 4 rounds of mercenary madness. Well, they do. And they have now put themselves, well, in a slightly less deficit as compared to where they were before. 4 and 5 in round number 10. They're still a round down, and they need 3 more to win, actually, as MercenarieZ only need 2 more to win this map. And mind you, this is the map pick of 25 Esports. They brought Mercenaries to Chalet, which is always an interesting decision, given that Mercenaries have always tried to maintain dominance in South Asia over this map that is Chalet. So the fact that they've been brought here by the MENA team today is an interesting one. And they seem to be showing exactly why they have been masters of this map for so long, only to have it been taken by Take Charge Esports. But Take Charge themselves are going through a couple of things at the moment, despite a great showing. A little bit of a tangent here, but of course Take Charge Esports, as we all know, did take part in the APAC SI qualifiers. Unfortunately, they did, against Fury Global, but unfortunately they didn't quite make it. It was an 0-2. However, both maps were overtime, and taking a recent major attendee into a double overtime, both maps that is some good stuff. That's a big feat for Take Charge Esports, so we salute their persistence and their skill. It is unfortunate that they ultimately lost, however, but it is what it is. We'll simply have to cut our losses and move on. Right now, let's focus back, as we've got an Osa in play from Falcon, and Mahagar starts off with a very strong one. Wait, they're going in to bar already, which means that's a good part of the map that's going to be taken control of. The Osa is going to be helping a lot in this regard. Valentino is low on HP. Not sure where the Ash took all that damage from, but for now, I guess it doesn't matter, as the setup on second floor has been completed. Will 25 Esports even go for this? So far, I don't think we have much presence from them on 2F.
Yeah, they just only got control from first floor bar, since they've just removed Taha out of that place. They still need to focus on the rest of the side and also into a second floor where they have established that vertical line of sight. Breaches will be done, and I'm pretty sure that Den and Ayan will be facing a lot of confusions and a lot of distractions being made all the way towards mezzanine stairs. But still, when it comes to man count, 25 Esports still has the advantage. Mahagir, on the other hand, I'm pretty sure that he has maybe removed some of the important utilities, but turns out removing MI7 at the hands of Omar is going to cause deadly for MRCZ, because they're losing a lot of players. And also 25 Esports, they're looking strong, even with their information being given from Taha's camps.
I think there's still a defender on the second floor, though, and that could be something huge right now. Ayan has to be careful. His position can be seen from the other side of that breach, the left side of that wall. Hasib finds Valentino. Huge drop right there as the Ash will fall. Ayan's got a big angle here. Shots fired, and that is the Osa taking a ton of damage. More shots fired. Can't quite get that Osa, who's made her way into the site. Oh, Din from above, just waiting for the plan to happen. Shots fired. Hasib! How do you get that one? He's got to be careful, though. Grenades are being tossed, and his position is going to be contested. Margaret finds one, but Zotac is on the floor already. 2v3. All Din has to do is stay alive. He gets one. Ayan is low, hiding right behind that reinforced wall. Will be taken care of, but there's Din from above, and he's stopping things in its tracks. Mahagar has to contest no matter the cost. He's going for the diffuser. Shots are fired, but no, Din misses. Hatch is reinforced, which means it's going to be a post-plant. Margaret has time to get this done, and then has to find him in this moment. It is now down to this last situation here, as the mute's position will be given away. Shots are fired, and Mahagar gets the spray. Din will fall. It was a valiant attempt from the mute from second floor. Unfortunately, even while descending from the top rope, could only do so much, as 25 Esports have now equalized, folks. It is a 5-5 going into the 11th, and we have ourselves a map and a half.
Yep, Jack, a map and a half. And I've got to say, then by the time he was looking in towards second floor, he was starting to get paranoid, paranoid that maybe one of the attackers might push all the way towards piano. And next thing you know, once they pushed in from the breached wall, he forgot to pick out the Yosa, he forgot to pick out the, Omar, actually, yeah, Omar, who was making a push all the way towards the side. But once the gate was flooded, it was just difficult for them to focus, both of the things at the same time. But that distraction really caused in a lot of pressure at that moment, and I kind of feel for him, Jack. I kind of, feel, because if I was in that position, especially holding off that vertical line of sight, it's a very important line of sight where you can deny so many attackers once they push in towards first floor kitchen. And when it's all on you, and next thing you know that they're losing one of, they don't have one of the players because they've lost a lot of man count, they have to reinforce the site. Everyone had to go downstairs to provide that support, which let Din be all by himself. So despite having a lot of information, some of the informations were depleted from IQ scans, especially the Valkyrie camps. I believe some of them were destroyed, some of them did not. So Taha was mainly trying to assist Din into indicating whether if one of the attackers are arriving or not. So there was a lot of pressure going in from Din, and unfortunately, he couldn't get to secure that 1v1 clutch. But nonetheless, it's not over just yet. It's 5-5. 25 Esports have equalized the round. So that means that round number 11 will determine who will secure match point. With a lot of damages being done, Zoldyck starts things off. Din goes down, an important kill as MRCZ starts to lose one player.
That's a big one as well, but Omar will fall on the other side. MI7 gets one. Taha, unfortunately, falls by the wayside on the other side of things. It is already looking a little dicey for MRCZ. They've lost two big players at the moment, especially Taha, and then who could have been the hero in the last round. Unfortunately, was just not quite able to do so. Mager finds Ayan. Saves now the other one on the top floor, pushing out to piano. Really wants this kill right now. And he does get one, and a huge one at that. Mager to fall, but he's got to fall back as well. Valentino's in piano right now. This is huge, but no, gets shut down as MI7 gets around to closet rotate in just the nick of time. It's all down to Zoldyck and Falcon. It is a first to match point right now, as both of these players are looking to get this round. Both of these teams, as Zoldyck, oh, that's a lot of damage right there. The gas grenade, the toxic fumes are out there. They are doing some work, as it were. A minute, 65 seconds, so to speak, are on the clock. And 25 Esports have plenty of time to figure out what they want to do. They've got plenty of time to figure out these defenders' positions, peek them if it be so necessary, and find these kills. There you go. Plant spot has been gassed off once again, but I think Zoldyck is trying to go in towards... No, we did see Zoldyck attempt to go towards piano door, I think. But no, they're going to decide to, push out towards the main plant area. Default plant by the half wall. But there's another gas grenade. 30 seconds remain, and Falcon really wants to do this. Really wants to go for this peak. You gotta just hold on, mercenaries. Hold on for all that matters. Shots fired, but Hasib and MI7 peek out at the same time. They find the approach. They shut it down. It is 6-5, and mercenaries are the ones to hit map point first.
Yep, MRCZ, they are this close to securing map number 1 Chalet, and 25 Esports. They did take a lot of time with their attack drones to try to find at least some of the defenders. But the way how crossfire angles were held and the least amount of gadgets that was present for the side 25 Esports, they had to push in dry. There was no other choice but to move in. And once they made the push, MRCZ were very patient. All they had to do was just listen to the sound cues once they make their move in towards the side. Got the perfect timing, and they will do in fashion. 6-5. Match point it is for MercenarieZ. And for 25 Esports, this could cause danger for them, because they might be able to lose this, or maybe they could put this all the way to overtime. And folks, don't forget to check out the Arabic streams too, where both El Conte and John Con are casting right now in Arabic language. So go ahead and check it out.
Oh yeah,
it's definitely in the Esports Club section, folks. So go ahead, check out the Arabic commentary, and also make sure to like and subscribe to Esports Club as well. But let's focus on round number Match point 6-5. MRCZ, one more round to secure Map Chalet, and 425 Esports, one more round to put this to overtime.
And just like that is the round of ones, as Baba described, folks. But I am a little bit apprehensive about this decision that MRCZ has made to go back to kitchen and dining. It is the only site that I think that they have not won. Bar gaming and kitchen and dining, they have not won the first times that they went to those sites. So I'm not sure about the thinking here, because these sites are, excuse me right there, these sites are largely unproven to them in the test of this match. However, whatever is comfortable with them, I guess. As for now, they'll simply have to deal with this decision that they have made. They could have gone to Basement Wine Cellar. They have won that site already once. As there you have a Gemini coming in. Omer gets the intel on where Ion is, the Jaeger, of course, and that's one. But I think they know full well that there is another one here as well. There goes an Ash Charge. In the meanwhile, Valentino's looking for more, trying to get in to the second floor. They know how important to have control is, especially after Din's, Din's attempts at taking the site and keeping it locked out for the attackers from this region of the map. Oh, is that going to be a Kaid trick? That might actually just work. It's been thrown, and oh, beautifully timed secondary EMP there, but Aeon still finds Omer. Huge drop right there, covers his flank, but Falcon finds another. Taha to fall. That's your Kaid taken care of. Once again, Taha falls in a little bit of an unfortunate situation. They still have MI7, they still have a Seeb. Valentino's taking damage on the other side. 65 seconds once again on the clock. These rounds are going by fast. I'll tell you what, folks. Valentino taking damage. MI7 gets the drop on one, and that is the Ash. Might be picked up. Yes, Valentino is now saved. There is the Osa. MI7 should not have gone for that peek out. Again, you have to be careful of the Osa whenever possible. Second floor is still in MRCZ's control, mind you. Then gets Falcon. There you have the Osa down. Is that an attacker approaching? Yes, there is Margaret coming in and will find Din, but the Jaeger has retreated. And in good time as well. Ayan has to watch his flank, though. It is a 2v3. 25 Esports have the man count advantage right now. Hasib is firing. Margaret takes damage as the push in from the site is happening. There's one on the breach, but Margaret gets the kill instead. As Ayan needs this kill, he can't get it. Margaret with the double to finish off the round. And folks, the round of ones has gone to 25 Esports. They needed this round to keep themselves alive in their own map pick, which means you know what time it is. Say it with me and brace yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for overtime?
You know, I thought you were going to go more than 2 to 3 seconds, but overtime it is, folks. MRCZ and 25 Esports. Yeah?
I was on a flow, Bob. I'll tell you what. Oh,
Yes, you were.
Wanted to keep up the pace for that
you
one.
were. Yeah. Anyways, overtime
This
it is,
game.
folks. 6-6. Yeah? Good, Jack.
This game is really bringing out, like energy. Not to say that the other games don't, but this one is really good.
I definitely have to agree on that, Jack. MRCZ is just giving so good fights, and so is 25 Esports. And I love how they adapted to the situation, especially that vertical line of sight that Din was, holding on to, securing kills. Usually, if you have a comparison between the two rounds of First Floor Kitchen, you saw that 25 Esports were pressuring into heading towards First Floor Kitchen without controlling Second Floor. They realized their mistakes and they decided to not do it. And first, they would open up the walls in towards Second Floor first, and then head in towards First Floor Kitchen, and not push in towards the side directly with the help of Osa's bulletproof shields. Once they used it, they started to challenge those angles and ended up winning those. So it was like a 50-50 chance that either 25 Esports would win or MRCZ. But talk about this round, MRCZ, MI7, an important kill, as Valentino will be the one to depart first.
Drone up.
Well, yeah, talk about MRCZ. They still have the control. I definitely have to say that. But In 2 minutes left, information definitely will be given from Mahagir, and Falcon on the other hand. I'm pretty sure that he thinks that he was unaware, but Taha, oh boy, he's definitely not going to be happy about that, man. He's definitely not going to be happy about that.
I am not sure what I was thinking there. I am not sure what Din was thinking there. Another one bites the dust, and that will be the Frost. Not sure what the thinking here is from MRCZ. They were doing so well playing their passive game. Hasib runs away from the breach just in time. Again, MRCZ has to play this calmly, has to play this as safely as they can whenever possible. The thing with 25 Esports' aggression is that they do it at the perfect times. They drone themselves in, they gather the intel, and they go for it. MRCZ, those face checks and whatever Taha had planned there simply was not going to work, as you have the RC era Teros from the Flores wreaking havoc at the moment. They've got the breach done as well. They've got a whole 57 seconds to plant. This is going to be very difficult for the folks at MRCZ. They have been able to push things this far. 25 Esports as well. They've been fighting so hard. MRCZ cannot afford to lose team right now. There's somebody on the big window, and Omar finds one. Ion to fall. The worst possible timing for this, as we have one taken back. MI7. Position given away, gets on the bed, really looking for this kill, but Marker's already in piano. It's a 1v3, all down to Hasib. Unfortunately, will not be able to do much about the situation. 25 Esports in a surprise turn of events. Well, not really surprise, but a turn of events nonetheless. Will get the first OT round. They were on attack. They manage it. And MRCZ, they lose bedroom for the first time in the defensive half and in overtime as well. Not the best time to do it. For 25 Esports, the best possible time to get a leg up, get back in the lead as they needed to so long ago. It is Bar Gaming from the 25 defense right now. MRCZ, they got to do something. Otherwise, they might find themselves already 25 feet under for this map.
Attackers have located a bomb.
A lot of hard work going all the way to overtime and going down by losing overtime match point up against 25 Esports definitely has to sting for them. And this is it. This will be the round to see whether if MRCZ can, bring this back. Maybe, try to, hope to find a thing or two. But turns out Mahagir has stolen one drone. Oh boy, that is a lot of info coming in. Yeah, that is really big, especially in the prep phase itself. One of the drones not being
And that's
removed.
a good drone too.
Yeah, it's a really good drone as well, Jack, that it could show the entirety of library. So if one of the attackers do try to, head in towards library, they will have no ideas about it. But it turns out Valentino just got disconnected while we went into prep phase. So this is definitely not going to look good from 25 Esports' end. Pretty sure that we will ask for a rehost after this, but I'm sorry, what? What exactly happened?
I am not sure what happened there. Taha, team killing Din. Not exactly sure about that one. Omer on the balcony of second floor library, excuse me. You need to be careful about the attackers approaching their position. Hasib as well. Slowly but surely finding ways to get in. Oh, that's 2 frost mats. Okay, that's going to need a grenade, because I don't think bullets are going to be able to take care of both of those. And the jump in from the window will actually will be caught by one of those at the very least. So that's something to watch out for. The frost is just, kind of deadly in that regard. But for now, let's see how MRCZ, just react to the position they're in. Hasib goes into a Gemini. Omer falls. In the meanwhile, that is Aeon to take a huge kill right now. Omer would have been extremely influential in the rest of this round. Unfortunately, no longer so. Zoldyck as well, less than half health on this Frost. Falcon taking damage, trying to contest towards the bedroom side of things. I think there's a defender on... No, there actually isn't. Oh, Marger nearly saw the head of one, and that would have been a huge one as well. Taha, the ace, could have gone down. But no, breach charges are being set. There's a C4. That was Mahagir's. Unfortunately, no dice. Falcon has one more, trying to fall back towards the site, but that area might be overseen. Mahagir falls. Aeon with a second now. This is huge. This is indeed huge. Falcon on the long angle falls, and there goes Zoldyck as well. 2 in quick succession. And that, folks, will put us into the final round, the very, very last round possible in a competitive Rainbow Six game. It is maximum overtime, and this is only map 1, Baba.
Yep. This is only map 1. We still have map 2 and 3, Bank and Skyscraper. Out of all the maps we'd expect, Oregon, Villa, Theme Park, Bank and Skyscraper is definitely going to be an interesting map to look at, and especially ending the first map on a 7-7 scoreline, in which we still have no idea who's going to get
Ooh.
map number 1, though.
Exactly.
It could be Mercenaries. It could be 25 Esports. 25 Esports showed their aggressiveness, and also a timeout will be requested at the hands of 25 Esports. So maybe since Omar has been returned back into the game, all we got to do is think about this. Both teams will be thinking about this in the final rounds. They've got to understand what kind of problems do they have to face. Do they have to face about the heavy roam resistance that both Taha and Din are performing for the past 6 rounds? And for the side of Mercenaries, how can they handle Mahagir and Falcon? Because, oh boy, look at that kid. He ate 18 kills to Mahagir and 12 kills to Falcon. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we have 12 kills to both Hasib and MI7, who's been doing a fantastic job. At this point, it always comes down to the executes. Even if they do take the initial picks, it's always about the trades. And 25 Esports, MRCZ have been competing with those trades. Sometimes MRCZ would win, sometimes 25 Esports would win. At this point, it's like a 50-50 moments. And 25 Esports are trying to challenge them. They are challenging those 50-50s where they are winning in most of them. MRCZ are trying to bring it back by mainly with some specific traps that did work. Sometimes it did not. But now, since they're on defense first, 25 Esports, they only secured, let's just say, they've only secured like 2 or 3 attack rounds, right? So this final round, MRCZ, I'm not quite sure whether if they would go back to first floor bar and gaming room, because second floor side has been picked out. So the only side that remains is either first floor kitchen, basement snowmobile garage, or bar and kitchen. So which side would it be for Mercenaries to defend? Basement garage. Okay, an interesting pick. No Solus this time. Roams from Alibi and Oryx. They've been using Alibi and Oryx quite a lot, and it did ended up, favoring them a lot in some certain situations. And yeah, I've got to admit, MRCZ, this is their final stand on map number 1, Chalet. If it does not, no worries. You still have map number 2, Bank, which is specifically picked by Mercenaries. So you could say it's more of like a backup plan. And if that backup plan works, then maybe we could see, a Skyscraper to be its deciders. But 25 Esports, man, is it a very close fight to witness here, Jack.
Oh, it very, very much is. 25 Esports, again, really showing why they are one of the strongest teams, or at least I think one of the strongest teams in their region. After all, looking at their overall roster, they have proven time and again why they should be feared over the course of this tournament. They were third place in the Saudi E-League, and mind you, I should remind our viewers here that 3 of these players, Falcon, Mad Legend, and Zodiac, were part of the legendary roster that was Oshtek Warriors, excuse me. I think I butchered the name regardless. But yeah, Oshtek Warriors, Falcon, Mad Legend, and Zodiac, they were part of that roster, and they are clearly showing why they are, names that are known in the MENA region and names that, again, rightly should be feared in Rainbow Six Siege competitive. But for now, MRCZ are also showing the fact that this team, you could consider them second best in South Asia, but right now they are performing at probably the highest caliber that the South Asians have been so far. And I mean that in no disrespect to the rest, but MRCZ is putting up quite the grandiose fight right now. The roams are being spotted out. Omar's Twitch drone will lose its mechanical life, as Mager will fall in. That's a grenade being prepared. Could it find one? No, it does not. The roamers in that part of the map are already long gone. Valentina as well looking for this Melusi. Din, who is on the second floor, still wasting time, so much time. Falcon taking a bit of damage, 1 bullet's worth, mind you, but Din to fall. Ion comes around. No, the pre-fire. The shots that he took, seeing that player on the second floor now has to be so careful right now. Position again given away. This is the issue here, that you have to be so twitchy when it comes to the trigger. You have to have a hair trigger basically, and you need to set it out as soon as you possibly can. There he sees one, and Omar taking a ton of damage. Ayan falls back, watching the main stairs just in case he wants to fall down onto first floor, and will do so, joining Taha around the bar gaming area. Here come the Candelas. One has been used, but again, no dice. MRCZ are holding strong. 25 Esports, they know full well that they cannot afford to rush this. Falcon is still on first floor alongside Valentino. They are really going hard in the roam hunt right now. There's a C4. MI7 starts off this final execute phase. Mahager to fall. Zoldyck pushing out. Gotta be careful as he finds one. Gets traded immediately. Zoldyck nearly getting Ion as well as the breach has been opened. Omar gets MI7. Ion gets one. Can he get two? He knows where the other one is on the breach. So low on HP. Do not peek out. Do not let even the kneecap push out. Ion, this is the moment. Taha as well. Position given away. Ion finds Valentino. No way does he walk away with this. Zoldyck has no time. Has to get in. And Taha will shut him down. That is map 1. And that is MRCZ showing us once again, folks, why they are a dominant force on Chalet. It is a hard-fought victory. Absolutely. 8-7 to the Mercenaries, as they will go onto their map pick bank, map number 2, with a 1-0 advantage. 25 Esports, again, absolutely amazing play. Credit where credit is due to them. They showed us some fantastic gameplay. Fantastic siege. Very beautiful stuff from both sides. It's just that right at the end, the time that MRCZ wasted is just, it's basic siege, right? When you really think about it, roamers are out there to waste time, to take away that element that the attackers need to fight against. Grace was saying the other days, time is the 6th defender, right? And MRCZ showed us exactly how you can use that time to your advantage, constantly choking the not the life, but the time away from the hands of 25 Esports, constantly taking away not taking away, but like making sure that any concessions on the map they got were fought for. And because they were so hard fought for, 25 Esports didn't have time to execute properly. They didn't have time to set up angles or get the breach done. The breach happened at 30 seconds, I do believe, Baba, right? So that, again, leaves so much room for Mercenaries to just settle in and hunker down, batten down the hatches, and man, oh man, what a game of siege we have just seen. Chalet goes to Mercenaries 8-7, and that bank, it is looking exciting indeed.
And that last round was just nerve-wracking for me, all the way from action phase to final 30 seconds. At this point, once they made a push, anything could have happened. It could go at the hands of MRCZ, or it could have gone all the way to 25 Esports. But the patient game that Ayan played really did work out well in the end. I believe it was Ayan was playing as the alibi, right? Alibi, just playing it as safe as possible, trying to gain a lot of damage while being on the roam game, and also final once they head in towards the final ends of 30 seconds. It was just well executed. MRCZ just played so well, and they definitely do deserve their map number 1 win. Let's take a look at the map summary itself and talk about the whole journey that both the teams have gone through, all the way from the first half to the second half, and the entire total of the round itself. 8-7, 17 kills to Mahager and 13 kills to MI7 and Hasib respectively. Hasib was on point when it comes to getting his initial kills. 3 kills, and those 3 kills were the first, second, and third round, where Hasib had shut down the aggressive spawn piece that 25 Esports were doing in the first half. Eventually, it started to drastically reduce the aggressiveness in a bit, in that way that MRCZ started to play their own game. and it did ended up securing a 3-3 equalizer. Second half was where the magic happened. MRCZ were on defense. They started to play accordingly to time. They started to pressure 25 Esports, and almost, and to be honest, it actually did get into their head. 25 Esports, since if they're on attack, time is on the clock. They have to move. They cannot afford to make any more mistakes, and that was exactly where MRCZ took the most advantage of it. 60% cost, 2-2 first kills, 2-1 first kills to Valentino. And also we still have Den, who was not having a good day, but at least he was trying his level best to focus on the tasks at hand. All in all, I've got to say this first map itself has got me curious as to what MRCZ is going to put in store for 25 Esports on map number 2 Bank, and I'm pretty sure that they are definitely going to bank in on that 2-0 here, Jack.
I see what you did there. But of course, whether or not they are able to cash that check for a map win and 2 points, we'll have to wait and see. As right now, of course, all things are pointing towards MercenarieZ having, at the very least, a decent start on Bank. I don't want to get ahead of myself and say that they might win or lose. Wow. My throat got caught on something there, but I don't want to, say if they're going to win or lose in map number 2, because I don't really want to make that prediction, because again, these two teams on this first map, they really, really seemed evenly matched, and I gotta say that was really refreshing to see. But with all that said, folks, we're going to be taking a quick little break here right before we go into map number 2. Map number 2, Bank, of course, will be going live in just a short while, folks, and it's going to be an exciting one, so don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back after these messages.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
time. And I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You'll wait to see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me. Watch me.
time. And I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You'll wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Say something, something, 'cause we don't talk about nothing no more. No, nothing, nothing. Do you not care about nothing no more? Is it worth we fighting? Do you even want it? Do you feel you need this? Do you even feel it? Fighting for a lost cause, or am I fighting for make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
give me feelings. I wanna be with you, 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 you. There is nothing I can do to make it go away. I'm in love with you, baby, and my love is here to stay. Love is a dangerous thing when my hands are trembling. Will you fall into me? It means more than anything. You give me feelings I never felt before. Now I lost my mind. Waiting for you to make up your sleep. I can't help it. I wanna be with you all the time. You give me feelings. Waiting for you to make up your sleep. I can't help it. And I do anything to make you mine.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
Nighthaven ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft, along with their hosts Blackjack and Babagusta. Unfortunately, we come as the bearer of bad news. If you've noticed that the break has been going on for close to 40 minutes at this point, you would be correct. Well, actually more than 40 minutes, I just have the count wrong, but you are correct in that assumption. Now, let me tell you why. Unfortunately, some technical difficulties with the servers have popped up, servers of Rainbow Six, of course, and something to do with Ubisoft Connect. I'm not too clear on what's wrong just yet, but it has stopped players from joining the lobby, and it's basically a thing that we can't really fix at the minute. The reason it took so long was that we were trying to fix it. You know, admins and production at the back end, they really gave it their all, but it seems that it's just a server issue, and we'll have to wait for it to die down before the game can resume. Since we don't really know how long that will take, we're gonna have to take this game off stream. We do apologize, and we know that everybody wanted to see MercenarieZ play, potentially win, and keep the hopes alive for South Asia in this tournament, and we will still see whether or not that happens, because the game will be played and the results will be uploaded by tomorrow on our social media, on Twitter and Instagram, so on and so forth. So do follow the Esports Club and R6 Esports SA on those two platforms. And of course, make sure to keep following here on YouTube and Loco as well to stay updated on all the matches as they happen live. We, again, really do apologize for this game being taken off stream, but unfortunately, the situation is not in our control. We'll simply have to hope that the game can still happen soonish after this outage dies down. But with that said, unfortunately, we're going to wrap up pretty early tonight. I know that our viewers wanted to watch a bit more, but it is what it is. We're going to have to finish up here tonight for the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft, here with the hosts Blackjack and Babagusta. We've had a fun time. That first map was still very good, I will be honest. And of course, alongside our producer, Assassin47, and all the admins on the back end. It's been a great night. Thank you for joining us, and we're going to see you once again tomorrow with more matches. Stay tuned, and good night.
Show
Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud grunts.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.